What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Double 8 for the match, and he takes it out.
Getting shown the first leg, Dan Hans. Getting shown the second leg.
Richie certainly
Howson.
finding his.
Needs to be perfect. He is perfect. Steps back. Double 8. Finds the double 8, and that's a massive break of throw.
There's in the mix. You got Howson there, of course.
That's game shot and the fourth leg.
Chance to land a significant blow here. Jamie Kelling may stay there. Not surprised. A beautiful dart, a beautiful marker, and a big hammer blow.
It's the first day's worth of action in this Group C. Welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth. We're on Pluto TV for the Modus Super Series. Well, very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to the action. It's a Group C which presents an opportunity for everyone involved. Richie the Owl Howson is the big name involved, but all 6 will fancy their chances of making it through to the night session. Well, we did say it was an opportunity for all. It's an opportunity for Glenn Durrant to spend the next 6 hours just calling me every name under the sun. Look at the smile on his face. How are you, good sir?
I'm very good. And if it's anything as good as last week as well, I think potentially Group C this afternoon, as you rightly say, opportunity knocks. 6 good players, and I'm looking forward to it to start.
Well, you missed a very good Group A earlier on in the week. Tom Sykes winning it. It was a hard fought last day. He had full control of the group, then he let it slip, then Graham Usher let it slip, and then eventually Tom Sykes was able just to, well, I suppose to a certain extent, fall over the line.
Oh, he's full of quality, as Tom Sykes. I've been sort of following his career as a young Yorkshire player onto, representing Yorkshire County Dart, and then going on to the sort of subsidiary sessions that he's been doing as well. But he loves that stage. He does look, he wants to be a Modus Super Series champion. I think he's got everything, a tough group with the likes of Graham Usher. He come out top. Job well done.
Well, let's have a look at the table then for the end of Group A's play, because, as I say, Tom Sykes won that group from Graham Usher in second. Danny Jansen qualified for Group B in third. Richie Howson, Dan Hans and Rohan Browse will see this afternoon. Now, there is a slight change towards the running order. We'll talk about that in just a second, because Group A was a group that was littered by records. The most 180s we've ever seen in a Group A campaign. 137 highlighted there. Tom Sykes with 36 of them, Graham Usher with 29. Tom Sykes was also involved in the previous high scoring group. That was the Champions Week in Series A. He got 28 of them. Connor Scott got 29. And, well, those were some of the records. Actually, just a little shout out there to Bradley Brooks down the bottom there. 26 180s for him in that Series 7 Champions Week. And many congratulations to him from picking up a first tour card title yesterday. So that is the Group A 180 records. Now, this is what we're going to see for the rest of the week. Now, there is a change in the running order in Group C. Anthony Allen has sadly had to withdraw from the competition. So Tommy Morris is coming in his place. He's going to be alongside Jamie Kelling and Carl Wilkinson, whilst Richie Howson, Dan Hans and Rohan Brewers, they will be jousting it out in Group C. Let's talk about Dan Hans, debutant in this competition. Somebody who came here with a bit of a reputation, a bit of a CV. We expected him to do some good things. Maybe a little bit unlucky. Maybe with the Group A he was in. Maybe another week he may have had a bit of better fortune.
Yeah, you talk about his CV there, but I mean, he's only been playing the Challenge Tour since this year, of which he's reached a final in one of those. He's been a little bit up and down in the ADC, but reached a quarter final of a national tournament in that as well. So I was really looking forward to seeing him play. The positives were the 170s and the 160 finishes that we've just seen from there. He also beat the likes of Sykes and Usher and Janssen along the way. I think the next phase for him also is now is the consistency of beating those players. There was a couple of games he could have and should have won, but I thought was a decent, in a tough group here. I think he did really well. And all of a sudden now he goes into Group C with expectation. How does he handle that?
Jamie Kelling's going to be in this group. He's an ever-present in this competition. In fact, he pretty much built the old studio in Southampton as well. He's somebody that's pretty much categorised his career with this place. This is where he sees his home in darts.
We like him. He's a really good person. He's a really good player. Proven winner here as well. Again, he's tough to beat. Good match player, big scorer, and a beautiful little 1-2-2 finish here. There's the type of darts that he can produce, and again, he'll look at that Group C and fancy his chances. Course and distance winner, he knows how to get through these groups. I think he'll look at the players in there, and like I said, I think you see a real opportunity for him. Can he get out the traps quickly? I think when Jamie gets on a run, he's a dangerous player.
Well, let's see who the bookies think are the runners and riders for this group then. Richie Howson goes off the 13-10 favourite. Now, slow start to it. He was the first to admit that he didn't play well on Monday or Tuesday, but there was signs yesterday he was moving in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you need, throughout the week. We sort of seen that as well with Jimmy Van Schie last week, and just peaking at the right time. Richie Howson knows what he has to do. Again, he goes in there as a rightful favourite, in my eyes. A top-class player in the seniors. For me, the big highlight there as well. So he'll see the favourites tag as well. And again, he's got all the experience. Can he utilise that?
Any value bets?
Oh, Carl Wilkinson for me, as a real Yorkshire feeling. Please don't do the Yorkshire accent like you did in rehearsals, by the way. Well, Carl Wilkinson is the Yorkshire captain. He's the belt holder for Yorkshire and Humber as well on the ADC. Brilliant at Bridlington last year, the British Open. These are the type of things which I've been searching for. I used to play sort of in the Super League area. He was pretty well known to local league stuff. Now he's applying his trade on here. I like him, and he could be one to look out for.
Can't believe you gave our secret away. We actually rehearsed all this. 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Our first game is going to see Jamie Kelling in action against Rohan Browers. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with JK. Jamie, here we go. Another go at the Super Series the next couple of days. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am. I'm in a good place at the moment. Played a lot of match darts recently, so hopefully in good shape and ready to give it a go.
Where's been the basis of the darts for yourself recently?
I've been trying to qualify for things. I qualified for the Champions of Champions in Cardiff in August, and the vaults take up a lot of my time, but all match practice, it all leads to this really.
Decent little bit of match practice last night, I hear. Don't
ask Johnny Haynes, that's all I'll say.
Just the 109.98, wasn't it? Or something along them lines in that vault file. So you go into it with, I suppose, decent form?
Well, if I play that out, I think I'll do all right. But, darts don't work that way, does it? But, I'll give it my best. Like I said, I'm match ready, and let's give it a go.
And this is kind of where, this is like your peak of darts, is it? This is the one tournament you try and really tune yourself up for, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's the tournament that's got me used to hanging around with the bigger boys. I know I'm not a name as such, but I like to think I can hang with them and give them my best, and hopefully I'll do that today.
Where is the relationship with you and darts at the moment?
Well, since having my boy, I realised that it's not the be-all and end-all, and that as a result of that, I've probably relaxed and my darts have got better. I've got a nice family to go home to, and I'm lucky, I'm privileged. I'm doing well at the moment, and I'll just ride the wave, mate, ride the wave.
So just playing the darts you enjoy pretty much?
Absolutely, and that's what we can do in it, just do the things you enjoy.
And look, how much would you enjoy? Look, you've been here in the Winners Enclosure once. You've come close at other times. Saturday's a regular occurrence for yourself. How much would you like to play in front of a few people again on Saturday?
I really want to do it again because I missed out last couple of times, I think. But I was on a run before that of consecutive finals nights, and I want to get back there. I really do.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Jamie. Good luck.
Cheers, buddy.
JK kicking off the day's action, and he is going to take on Rohan Browers. Now, he finished bottom of Group A over the course of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The first 2 days, there were some impressive signs from the young Dutchman. Averaged 81 for those couple of days. But I think it's fair to say that maybe the 2.5 days of heavy defeats was just beginning to take its toll yesterday. And, well, it's no easy start to Group C against a former weekly winner. Rohan, the 23-year-old from Woohoo in the Netherlands. That's how you say it. Not like that, but that's how you say it. Up against Jamie Kelling, who is from Andover. Just a short little jolly drive up the A303 for him. And he will be hoping to, by the time we get to 5:05, be top of the table. So it's Browers and Kelling to get us underway. A legendary referee is in our company this afternoon, a man who has presided over 4 World Championship finals. Paul Hinks is going to take charge of all of the action here on this Thursday afternoon from Yorkshire in England. Talking about Yorkshiremen, there's probably the most famous Yorkshireman on that stage, Mr. Hinks. Alongside me in commentary, the 2020 Premier League champion, the 3-time Lakeside champion, 2-time World Master, Finder Masters champion, winner of events all across Europe, but also a man who has never won a game on this stage, Glenn Durrant. Hi, Glenn.
140.
It was all going so well there, wasn't it? I thought you were going to say I won the woohoo open as well, but please do not ever do that again. I don't want to know where Rohan's from ever again. That was a
44.
shock to the system.
Well, there was certainly no reason to go woohoo for him in Group A, that was for sure. And there may not be any reason for him to be jumping for joy here, because Jamie Kelling is kicked off with back-to-back 140s in this opening leg.
Well, literally about 12 hours ago, maybe just slightly more than that, Jamie Kelling was playing on the ADC, one of the weekly vaults, playing a top player in Johnny Haynes after beating Luke Getty, another great player in the semi-final. Averaged 109.98 in that final.
100.
So it's no surprise that Jamie Kelling has come out the traps and after 9 darts has left a 1-2-1.
Well, he's made it very clear that he's playing the darts that he loves and enjoys at this present moment in time. It's winning a tour car, playing the pro circuit. It's just not something for him. This is what he enjoys. This is the base level. He just wants to be the best of himself. And we have seen 89. The best of him here on multiple occasions. He's won a week. He's made the final of another. And he's left himself on a double after 12 to win this opening leg.
Yes, I don't often say I like your interviews,
60.
but I thought it was beautiful. The one thing was he goes home to a beautiful family, and that's a nice feeling when you're on the dartboard. Another great feeling. I was about to say another great feeling. It's hitting the double 16 because I fully expected that to go after the start that he had. But Browers a long way back on 2-3-2.
Yeah, it was actually nice to have a nice, easy interview with Jamie Kelling. I'll tell you a story about another interview of ours in the next leg as Kelling looks at double 16 and he's got plenty of time. Rohan has just not got out the traps. Now, this will be awkward for him. His darts stand up to attention, but he's managed to float one over the top and take the opening leg.
Tell you what was very interesting there. His reaction of missing those missed darts at a double. Not the fact he's won the leg and it's the fist pump. It was almost like a shake of the head when 59. The double 8 went in. That's telling me not only is he wanting to win games, he's also wanting to make an early statement. I'm just looking at the body language. He feels great right now and his scoring power is exceptional. Superstar.
Jamie Kelling's one of the first ever dart players I ever interviewed. Now, when I was studying at university, it was during the COVID lockdown period, and Jamie was playing in then ye oldie livey leaguey in Southampton, where the new studio was being built. And I asked him for a Zoom interview. And instead of pressing end the record at the end of the interview, I actually hung up the whole phone call. And it's something that we use as a bit of a joke ever since.
What, that's a joke, is it? Wow. That's nearly 59. As good as the story of sending someone to the shops, but that's another story. That ADC that he won last night in Eindhoven, I mean, I don't know my geography, but that's nearby here, isn't it?
Eindhoven's near here.
And once again, his scoring's good. Browers could have done with at least a couple of treble 20s.
70.
Not enough. So, both on bogey finishes there. So we should see Jamie go downstairs with the last. I have to 99. Say this is an impressive start. Despite the average is nice. But the scoring power has been exceptional for Kelling. And he's looking good for a 2-0 lead. There will be pressure on this 60. 88 points left.
Just steady without being
95.
Spectacular.
Jamie Kelling 60.
Double top for 2-0, but this time under a little bit of pressure.
20.
Couldn't sandwich away
Johan
between the
73.
first and second dart there with dart 3. So Browers have got a chance to level up here.
Yeah, 1 from 8 on the outer ring for Kelling. Any problems for Browers? There's your
Game shown
answer,
the second
1-1.
leg. Rohan Brewers.
Well, one opportunity and one opportunity taken.
Jamie to throw
So the
first.
highest
Game on.
quality opening game that we will ever see. But for Jamie, an opportunity to work off the ring rust, and for Rohan, an opportunity to try and get some confidence.
140.
You say not the highest quality, but let me tell you, I'll give a nice 8 out of 10 for the scoring power of Jamie Kelling. The doubles have been pretty ropey, but what impressed me there was the
85.
fact that Browers, when he hit that double, who hasn't been in this match, that Jamie just brushed it aside. Again, that's the type of personality that he has. Started with a lovely 140. He's back in the treble 20 again.
100.
Well, speaking to a couple of good sources of mine about Rohan before the week got started on Monday, and one of the things they did say about him was he's got
60.
a really good A game, which can be very competitive, particularly at a level like this. But the one thing which may cause him problems as the week goes along is possibly sometimes that B game isn't quite there. It can sometimes be
140.
just a little bit hit or miss, and we're maybe seeing a bit of an example of that in this particular contest here as Kelling looks at 1-2-1 to re-establish the lead at 2-1.
Yes, he's been here before. 1-2-1 after 9. Clearly tells you his scoring's good. He played it safe by staying on the treble 20 last time, so a change of plan. We won't be very happy with that.
$100. Jamie Carr 72.
Well, the problem Rohan's got is he's not scoring as well as Jamie, and he has to find a break. And so these legs have seemingly looked comfortable for JK.
32.
But Browers is going to get an opportunity, needs the treble to
22.
give himself a dart at the bull.
1 from 9 now, which will worry. And Browers is 1 from 1, meaning this bullseye has every chance.
89.
Just
Jamie
a
Carr
little bit of a
40.
late release. The timing not great there for Browers. That's an opportunity because had he been leading this match 2-1, it's against the runner play. Jamie's having real struggles with the doubles.
Game shown the third leg. Jamie Kelly.
Yes, you can see the reaction to that one. Deservedly, Henry leads 2-1.
Fourth leg round to through
He's
first.
making hard
Game
work of
on.
it, but he's got the lead that his performance has justified. Not just is he missing darts at doubles, he also misses his mouth with a glass of water.
57.
Yeah, can I just say something about, like you mentioned about Browers in the previous one, the fact that he's got this A game. He's doing everything right in a sense that he's applying his trade. He started playing some of the challenge tours.
81.
He's playing on the very, very competitive development tours. He played in the PDC World Championship Youth Competition last year as well. So that's where he'll learn his trade.
Well, this is what we mean
99.
by players like Rohan is everybody's got a very good A game. You don't play in arenas like this if you haven't got that type of game. But the next step of his development is he's picked up some very
30.
good scalps this year. He's beaten some really good players. But the next step is just finding that on a bit more of a consistent base. And look, he's still a young man. He's in his early 20s, so he's gonna learn that as time goes on.
17.
And I think he could be one of those players, a little bit like maybe akin to a Marvin Van Velzen or a Bradley Roos. You know that there's a game there. Didn't quite harness it well the first time he was
40.
here, but maybe goes back, applies his trade, and maybe if he qualifies again or he gets an invitation again, we could possibly see a better version of him as a result.
Do you know, I totally agree.
100.
Good timing, and good timing on 180 as well. And something I want to ask you in the next leg. I'll give you time to think about it. But first time we've seen each other this week,
100.
Henry.
Rohan
I've got to
Carr,
ask you about the
148.
atmosphere on Saturday night, but not just yet. As Rohan, after that 180, leaves himself looking good to go 2-2.
60.
And the mindset will be different between the players because after 4 legs, Callum would expect to have been leading this game 3-1. He's dominated the first 3 legs. But
60.
Browers did sneak
Rohan
one in
Carr,
total
88.
control here. We could be going level.
Is it Desmond?
48.
Well, he's going to leave himself tops. Upon his return to square this game up at 2-2. Jamie Kelling does not win this match. He will feel like a major opportunity has
100.
been missed right at the
Rohan
very
Carr,
beginning of his day
40.
and week.
Game shown the fourth
Looking
leg,
good on the
Rohan
doubles
Brewers.
between them. Almost looked like the perfect player. But yes, first time back sat in
Jamie to
the
through
comms
first.
box here
Game
after
on.
an incredible Saturday night with Jimmy Van Schie winning. One of the best atmosphere I've not only witnessed at the Modus Super Series, but in my career as being involved in darts. It was
60.
sensational. Your thoughts?
But this is what this place does, and this is what this venue does, because of the intimacy of the venue. And I think the logistics of the venue and the
42.
acoustics of the venue. I mean, you look at the whole arena, you got the wooden roof at the top of the stage. And of course, this used to be a church, and churches, in terms of the way that they're built and that, it's made for...
83.
There's the magnificent building in your picture there. Places like churches are built for that noise, particularly when you have like choirs and orchestras, things like that, to be used in that type
100.
of way. So it's no surprise that when this place is hustling, bustling, filled with people, filled with noise, that the atmosphere is off the scale and off the chart. And I have to say, the
60.
Jimmy Van Schie support base, not just that, but the supporters were there for Bo, Jared. They were loud, but they were also respectful. And I think there's been a conversation in darting arenas, hasn't there, over the course of the last few years about where certain etiquettes have been lost, but there was none of that. And I think I said to you, I don't know if I said it as Kelling piles in his first max of the match. I don't know if I said it to you on air or off the air, but this was what this project, when we began
85,
3 years ago,
118.
those are the types of nights that we were working towards, and that was what we got.
We talked about the awkwardness of the flight of that long dart that he's got. He can't navigate it around for the treble 20.
94.
Beautiful set of play was plan B.
134.
Will he be back?
He may not, but Brouwer's needed a couple of tops.
74.
And so Kelling is back for 2 12s to get his nose in front again. Every leg in this match has gone with throws so far. Is that trend going to continue here? Maybe not.
Rohan Newcastle 60.
Didn't even worry the double 12 at that point there. Brouwer's has been second best for the majority, but he leads by 3 legs to do. And this would be a surprise victory, you feel, for Rohan Brouwer's, who's on the back of 60 feet after that Group A campaign. Jamie Kelling, who started this match looking $1 million on the back of that win last night in the Vol. You could see the confidence entering in his game. It just goes to show you 2 from 14 on the doubles. That could be the deciding factor.
Because he is comprehensively outscoring his opponent. That there's absolutely no doubt. But
58.
Me and Trina were in commentary yesterday, and we were mentioning that Rohan was being given pop shots, small opportunities, things like 140s, 132s, 121s, etc., etc. He was never given anything bona fide.
Never mind that. Pick that 10 times world champion's name off the floor.
I know we've been downgraded today. We've got 7 leg size less.
Yes, she sent me all her notes. Big thank you, Trina, if you're watching.
Then we'll have Scott Mitchell,
100.
who's got 1 leg side, and then we'll get to Paul Nicholson, who's got... I'll come back to you later.
Well, you'll thank you for that. I don't think Jamie Kelling will be thanking anybody if he loses this game. If Brouwer's can get a little 140 at this point. He has had a 180 in this game, and after that first start,
78.
he'll be extremely disappointed. No real reaction there, but after that first start, he'll be disappointed not to leave a finish.
$25.
Well, I must admit, Henry, after the first leg, I would not be saying that Rohan Brouwer's has 6 darts of this match from 65.
65.
Very sensible play. Brouwer's 2 darts away from victory.
Well, Jamie will know what his undoing in this contest has been. It's been his inability to finish off chances. Just when it looked so good for JK, it could be over very shortly. Went tots, doesn't get it. And so Kenny may just have a dart at the bullseye here to save this contest.
Well, I tell you, it was a nervy dart there from Brouwer's. One thing he doesn't do is give much emotion away. But if treble 70 is not hit, Rohan Brouwer's in craze, nodding his head behind him.
30.
What an opportunity.
40.
Well, it does knock, but can he open the door? Double 10. And that door has been left ajar, and Jamie Kelling has an opportunity to see us through to the last leg.
You can understand their nerves there, but they were well thrown darts. They were very unlucky. Kelling, a little motivation of a come on, he says to himself. His doubles have been his Achilles heel. Is that trend going to continue?
36. Rohan Yukar 20.
Indeed it does. And so Rohan Bowers is back for the match. You don't see Jamie Kelling get agitated, frustrated very often, but he is in the background. He looks a nervous man,
18.
but he's not a beaten man just yet.
Yukar 20.
Jamie Kelling cannot believe his luck. Bowers has had 24 darts to win this leg and the match. Still not seen it out here by Kelling. That's a great marker.
10. Rohan Yukar 2.
For 19 on the outer ring for Jamie Kelling. And Rohan Bowers punishes to the hilt. Jamie Kelling had opportunities to win that game multiple times over, but Rohan Bowers was the one that was able to pick apart the opportunities that came his way. He gets off the board, gets off the mark, he puts his darts back in his champagne cork. And so this the turn of the tape from our opening game. Well, it's only one stat that matters, and that's the second one down on that graphic there. 2 from 19 compared to 4 from 11. 4-2 Bowers. Next up, it's Morris Hands.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. And it's Group C, and it's Game 2. And after an enthralling opening game, that saw Jamie Kelling come out the traps playing absolutely beautiful. But doubles for door, someone once said. And Jamie Kelling will be kicking himself backstage as Rohan Brouwers stopped his 6-match losing streak. As we move on to the next game, a player I've been very impressed with this week, Henry, and Dan Hans against Tommy Morris, who's got a very, very late call up this morning. Lives very local. Was on holiday in Crete last week as well. So when you look at preparation,
Let's take Tommy to through first.
It's all just a little bit different. But the type of personality of Tommy, you know him a lot better than I do, Henry. I just think he loves playing darts, and this late call for him could be a good thing. He hasn't had time to sort of reflect.
First things first, Glenn, what are you doing on the drinks table?
140.
That's took you a game. And do you know, I've had a lot of love since the opening match. I have been on that stage. I have won and I have reached a final.
134.
Influencer event.
Influencer darts don't count.
Oh, ouch. We sell this
59.
out quicker than any Champions Week. I think you need to apologise. Apologise to him now, Henry.
Ah, that's the Tungsten T-Rex.
123.
Can't believe how you've just disrespected the influencer event there.
100.
It's a great event,
104.
Come on, you've won 3 World Championships. Plus, you're the only person who played an influencer event
56.
where the player was actually the influencer.
Wow. This is a real speedy game, by the way. This is not on fast forward as Dan Hans looks at 48. Double 16 for a rapid opener.
32. Tommy Car 20.
Double 10. Up for double 5. And in the double 5 and into the lead. Tommy Morris goes one up. That's it. I love the influence events. However, that's like saying Wayne Rooney got an extra cap for England because he played at Soccer 8.
Wow, wow, wow. Just when I thought you couldn't get any lower. Been crunching the numbers as well, Henry, on Dan Hans. His scoring is absolutely fine, but his doubles this week have
100.
Have really let him down in that opening leg as well. An opportunities that you've got to take with the likes of Tommy Morris.
66.
That's something, if he's going to progress in the game, he'll have to improve.
100.
Now, if you're wondering the story behind the dinosaur on stage, now, yesterday or the other day, Dan Hans was... There it is. I don't know what his name is, but I'm going to call him Diney the Dinosaur.
155.
Original.
47.
But the other day, he was doing a little celebration with like his hands as if it was dinosaur
100.
hands.
Danuka 108.
Unfortunately, you can't do that. One wouldn't see the hands because they're so small. Double 18.
90. Tamanukar 120.
Well, from a Shanghai on 18 to a Shanghai on 20s, but Morris isn't going to take the 120 out.
Danuka 18.
I have a sense if this game had been 4-0, and it still could be, I guess. We've talked about the double trouble for Dan Hans this week.
No score. Tamanukar 40.
I don't think I need to add to that.
For 2-zip.
Being shown in the second
No
leg,
mistake,
Tommy
Morris 2 up.
Third leg, Tommy to through first. Game on.
3 minutes and 9 seconds for the first 2 legs of this game to be played.
I suppose that equates to 6 minutes 18. As I'm looking at my notes for the quickest game ever seen on here. If it did go 4-0, but these are rapid.
Usain Bolt type darts. And to be fair, Tommy Morris has had no preparation time. He got the call up this morning due to the withdrawal of Anthony Allen. We wish him all the very best.
100.
Which I just wonder in some ways may actually work out to be somewhat of a blessing in disguise, because there are certain players that could be found guilty of having a date maybe 3-4 months in advance, overthinking the situation. But sometimes we see from players that get that last minute call up, the fact that they're not thinking about it, they could just play based on film. We can sometimes see their best darts as a result.
Yeah, I don't think Tommy really
57.
thinks about it. Comes from a real background of darts. His dad was a Dorset County player going back to the 80s as well. And his brother is Matt Yarrow, runs the ADC Southwest region. And a Dorset County player himself. His sister Perry plays darts for
Daniel Carr, 61.
I could go on, even nephew Liam as well. So from a darting family, his hands looks at 61. 46 points leaves, double 18.
43. Tony
Just
Carr,
had to
94.
stop there because a fly decided to attack him.
Stop opening your wallet, Glenn. 94 for Morris. May contemplate double-double here. Does go double-double. He's got the double 18. But how is he on tops?
54.
Just over the bar.
Daniel Carr, 18.
He may be back. Dan's had problems on this side of the board already. No such problems this time. Remember, he hit the big 14, got for that target in the previous leg. Very, very impressed with this young man.
Game on.
And like I said, it's not the fact that he's just started the day disappointing on the doubles. That has been as bit of his Achilles heel this week, in a week that's shown him that
45.
he can beat the likes of Sykes. He can beat the likes of Graham Usher, Danny Jansen, Richie Howson. But it's the consistency after that.
Well,
60.
what we said about Rohan Bowers, and again, going back to the conversations me and Trina, who won it 7 more times than you did, had yesterday. It was a case of maybe in another group he would have had different fortunes. It's just the
58.
caliber of opponents he's up against. He's been punished for every little lapse in concentration.
How many times did you win a world championship?
Hey, I've never lost
44.
a game on the Lakeside stage.
Never won one either. Glass half empty.
119.
So anyway, me and you have won as many matches on that stage anyway in Super Series
60.
action.
Boring. I'll tell you what, though, if you could throw a dart, you'd want to throw it like these two. I mean, this is a joy to watch.
180.
Just as I say that the 180 goes in, I am loving every single dart between these two.
Well, no one's ever grown up and
60.
said, oh, I'd like to throw darts
99.
like Glenn Davant. Tots potentially, or is he going to be more conservative with Morris all the way back? Yes, is the answer.
51.
When your opponent's on 277, Henry, treble 16 was always the shot there, and he'd be back on 48. This was the problem he had in the
97.
opening leg,
Daniel
48. He sorted his double out. It's a different target this time. This time it's tops. With his
28.
opponent on 180. He will be back, but it's worrying signs. 1 from 9 from Dan on the doubles. Very, very similar feeling. Now Jamie Kelly cost him in the
100.
end for Jamie
20.
Kelly in the opener.
Well, any more rain for Tommy Morris as he raced into a 2-0 lead in about 3 minutes flat, and as quickly as he
James
accrued
on
the
the
lead, it's
four-plate,
been
Jan
taken back by the tap man. Yeah, got any ideas why he's called the tap man, Glenn?
Fifth leg, Tommy did through first.
I'm sure you're
Game
going
on.
to tell me.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
60.
Ah, right, tat. Shortened for tat. Got you.
Don't worry, you'll get with the lingo before too long.
Shabba.
140.
Anybody don't know who Shabba is, that's a tribute band for a Swedish act from the
140.
1970s.
And what was their surname? Shabba? Ranks.
180.
Well, that
60.
Dan's third 180 of the game. Sneaky third 180 of the game. His scoring power has kind of gone under the radar a little bit here.
His rhythm is beautiful.
60.
Pacey. Big scoring. And like I said, and elements of improvement, of course, is what you'd want.
100. Daniel Carr, 121.
And he's been the better player. 10 plus average against that as he looks at this 1-2, 1 double 14.
93.
It's fast, it's
Tommy Carr,
furious.
141. $91. Daniel Carr, 28.
From 2-0 down.
$14.
That worrying
Tommy
trend,
Carr,
Henry,
50.
is still there, hence the frustration.
So Morris back for 50 to re-establish the lead. He raced into a 2-0 advantage in this game and seen his opponent pull him back.
30.
And has missed an opportunity
Daniel Carr,
to
14.
re-establish an air of authority of this game. And so hands on 2 down can find himself 3-2 in front and throwing for the contest as he pins the double 7. And all of a sudden, this game has changed hands.
6 legs under through first. Game on.
Hands down your best joke all week, that one, Henry.
55.
Very enjoyable game, that has to be said. I thought it was going to have that real similarity to the opening game.
180.
His first of the match. 4 between them.
46.
Oh, Morris doesn't continue the streak of trebles
45.
in this particular leg. Well, at least the dinosaur's enjoying his afternoon out.
I know how he feels sat with you.
41.
You can see the Frusham surprised. He's gone that side of the angle there.
26.
Not impressed there, is he?
I thought players weren't allowed guests.
60.
He's in good form, is Tommy, despite the holiday and the preparation. He also won the Southampton
100.
Darts Series as well, and there's an awful lot of quality in that too. So a lot of players coming into this Super Series on the back of Volts wins
100.
ADC.
Dominic Carr,
It's
150.
a transition when you get up there, but 6 darts and 150. We should be going the distance,
30.
but that doesn't help the cause. Unexpected opportunity for Hans.
Oh, there's a mull over his options here. Decides to head
96.
upstairs. And
120.
he's going to leave himself on 103. Morris, Shanghai to save it. Can't be done now.
88. Danukar, 103.
It's all down to this. Can Dan be the man? 84 points left. Morris an opportunity.
37.
And I think this match
32.
deserves to go the distance. It's been super quick. But doubles have been the problem for both. Is that going to be the problem for Tommy Morris?
Getting shown the 6th leg, Tommy Morris.
Well, he gets it last start in hand, and we go all the way to a last leg
Semi-final leg, Tommy
decider.
through first. Game on.
And the impact, Henry, of just starting with a win. We're seeing it with confidence players when you get that 2 points under there. And very interesting that fit lad is Dan Hans, but 6 legs
47.
played. You can just see him just wafting the heat away from himself. There is warm up there. And they play at such a pace. It's almost like a 60-metre sprint this for the pair of them.
Well, you're constantly on the move, and particularly when you're playing this many legs in this kind of heat, it's very easy to
45.
leave yourself bamboozled.
Just noticeable that Dan just took his time here.
120.
And if he does watch this match back, it just that you can see Tommy right behind him, almost throwing the darts before Dan Hans can take him out the board.
55.
I think Hans has got a strategy there, just giving himself a second and waiting Tommy to take the darts out. I think that's benefiting him.
84.
Tommy needs a big one.
Needs to hit big. Well, he could be heading back to the practice
95.
room very quickly. Hans has got 6 darts here from 200 to, just like his previous Group A colleague, Rohan Brouwers, to what was a disappointing opening
123.
3 days into an opening win in his secondary group.
99. Danukar, 77.
Well, it's gone down to the wire. And real problems on the doubles for both.
57.
Doesn't get much
Tommy O'Carr,
unlucky than that.
160.
You'd expect him to be back, or we're going to see something special from the Tommy gun.
Well, it was a false start
60.
under starters
Danukar,
orders for
20.
the gun, and so Hans is back for 2 10s to wrap it up.
Once again, using that strategy, just taking his time. Super quick game, 2
He's shown the
fast
match,
and
Dan
furious
Hans.
players, but it's Dan Hans that gets over the line. Much to the disappointment there of Tommy Morris, but that's a big win for Dan. He's a type of player who's been in a really brutal... The dinosaur's happy anyway, but he's been involved in a brutal Group A campaign, and that win could benefit him so much. 3 180s there. Lovely rhythm to his game as we move on to a real heavyweight clash. It's Carl Wilkinson against Richie Howson.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Couple of games down on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, we saw Dan Hands get the better of Tommy Morris in a last leg decider 4-3. Game number 3 is a meeting between Richie the Owl Howson and Carl Wilkinson. And, well, this is a meeting where the Owl is going to be put to the sword. For Carl, the 41-year-old from Barnsley in Yorkshire. Yep, another Yorkshireman involved this week. His 5th appearance here at the Super Series. Had a very good time of it at the Lakeside towards the end of last year. Up against Howson, the 59-year-old, playing here for the second time in 3 weeks in a second different competition run by a second different organisation, the two-time weekly runner-up. And he was also a runner-up when he played at the World Seniors Champion of Champions event a couple of weeks ago. He was beaten in the final by 8 legs to 5 to Ross the Boss Montgomery, which meant that his defence of that title came to a shuddering halt in the final game of the tournament. But as far as his week is concerned, a slow start on Monday and Tuesday, despite picking up some decent points and a healthy total of points. But yesterday was much more like it.
96.
As far as the Owl is concerned, his numbers average in excess of 90, couple of ton plus checkouts, he's doubling around 35%. Overall, his numbers for the group, 86.20.
41.
His average, 42 hits from 141 attempts at a double, doubling at just 29%. And I'd say that's what he's going to have to improve upon if he's to get out of this group. Actually, the early evidence has been so far that everybody's missing doubles everywhere thus far.
Yes, I was just about to use that as my first line there. It seems to be doubles could be the difference between these two, because Rohan Brouwers was not the best player in that game. And Dan Hans just got over the line in an intriguing game, an enthralling game with Tommy Morris, where the one highlight for me was the pace they played between them. But I think these are two protagonists for qualification in Group C. In fact, Richie Howson, the man in your picture, was a red-hot favourite to win the group. And value for money when asked the question. I give it to Carl Wilkinson, a guy I'm a big fan of. And it's great to see him on this stage. And I'd like to see him now produce the goods I know he can do.
97.
Well, Howson was 13-10 with the bookies to win this group. Carl Wilkinson, Glenn's value play at 9-1. 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you are going to have a bet on the Super Series today. And it is Wilkinson who's got off to the better start. Howson hasn't got out the traps at all in this opening leg, which is why you can head down for the bullseye/25 first to begin the combination. Now looking at tops after finding the treble 19. Not to be, but he will be back.
Yeah, as Henry alluded to, Howson did start that Group A campaign slowly. I wonder if that's going through his mind right now, because you don't want to give Carl Wilkinson too much of a head start. Takes his time. Eyes not fixed, certainly, on that double top. There's a real theme going on today, Henry.
156.
Every single player is struggling to hit a double.
Now, if there's one player in this building most likely to hit a 156 checkout, I would say it's Richie Howson. The way his darts it into the board, and the fact he's one of the best double 18 hitters here, he is the most likely, I feel, to hit that particular finish. Didn't on this occasion, and so it gives Wilkinson free more to double. Bends the wire on double 5 twice.
This can't continue, can it?
68.
It can.
Double 16.
52.
I fully expected that to go. I was about to say the experience of Howson on what must be it'll be noticeable, the amount of doubles being missed. I mean, that is 9 darts at a double.
Getting shot the first there, Carl Wilkinson.
Well, yes, a little thumbs up there from Carl Wilkinson, but it took him 10 attempts.
Richie to through first.
But what is very clear today, very pacey players in this Group C, scoring for fun. Real problem on the doubles. Let's just look at the numbers. 2 from 19 for an extremely disappointed Jamie Kelling. The best we've seen so far. Rohan Brouwers 4 from 11. He was second best in that game. Tommy Morris had 11 opportunities, only hit 3.
59.
And despite winning, Dan Hans 4 from 19.
All I can say is I'm glad this isn't double start, otherwise we would have been here all night.
Now that's a decent joke. That's quite good.
Spent some time with Trina this week. She told me some better puns than you've ever told.
140.
It's the 6th time you've mentioned Trina Gulliver and the 11th time you've mentioned Paul Nicholson.
I've only mentioned Nicholson once. Anyway, who else have I got to get off the bingo card?
100.
You haven't mentioned Scotty Dog or Weiss Wobinson, so there's a couple there for you.
109.
Haven't seen Robert Wickwood in a while.
Well, Richie Howson, for me, has been the star of the seniors. A champion of champions, winner, runner-up in the World Championships. And
60.
Consistency has been the key for him. A couple of finals as well at the Champion of Champions. Runner-up in a semi-final at the Masters as well. He's been a dream to watch.
137.
But he's under intense pressure here, because Wilkinson's left to finish the Hale fancy. But Henry said if someone's going to hit a 2 big treble visit with a double, it's often going to be Richie Howson.
132.
And he's very nearly proved correct.
Well, the problem he's got is he's being reduced to opportunities like this because he's getting comprehensively outscored. Wilkinson has got a couple of darts at tops. He only needs the one. 14 dart break and a 2-0 lead to the sword.
Don't we just love darts? 10 attempts at a double in the opening leg. And then a pop in a second.
Game on.
However, we've already seen that 2-0 can be a dangerous scoreline today. Tommy Morris went 2-0 up against Dan Hans before finding himself on the wrong end of defeat. But Carl Wilkinson here is Take out the missed doubling, the scoring element of his game so far. It's just been too much for Richie.
100.
Yeah, Carl Wilkinson's next game is against Dan Hans. Then all of a sudden, if Carl does get over the line in this game, then you're starting to look at 4 points. 2 wins from 2. You're beginning to separate. You're beginning to believe. And that's the type of thing that happens in what's going to be a very juicy Group B tonight as well. Some real top-class players. And you've got to feel those 2 players coming down from Group A are going to fancy their chances.
I'd be surprised if Graham and Danny do not qualify.
80.
Which now means neither of them are going to qualify. Because you know how good my predicting is, Glenn.
Well, please predict qualification for Carl Coleman, please, because you've never mentioned him all week again. And you didn't mention Jamie Durrant last week. Is this a northeast thing?
Well, no, it's just because you tend to do it anyway, so... Anyway, I can't say Jamie Durrant's name properly anyway.
That's very awkward, the way those darts... I mean, that is what he's perfected. They are cracking darts from Richie Howson. So let me tell you, you could just see the angle of the dart going in there for Richie. Can still finish, but needed the treble 20. Beautiful centre play for Howson.
Richie Carl 40.
We talked about that issue with players going 2-0 up. Well, Howson has a chance to get in this match.
Well, he's just suddenly awoken from nowhere, has the Owl. He was hitting absolutely nothing in the first leg, and then all of a sudden piles in a 5-visit leg there. Back to 2-1.
4th leg Richie to throw first. Game on.
It was all about that 140. Very similar dart there. Now, I would expect Richie Howson to be going
100.
downstairs, but what he has perfected is using that first dart to go from that understacker and use it as a guy for his treble 20. Now, you might look at that screen and say, well, actually, Glenn, it looks absolutely perfect. He's just above the treble 20. So we've got some great camera angles of what. Look at that. I mean, you would expect him to go down to the 90s. He's almost just looking at that left-hand side of the treble 20.
60.
Great camera angle there to demonstrate what I'm rabbiting on about.
What's the difference between stubborn and cavalier in these scenarios, Glenn?
58.
Well, one's a dog. Just look at that. I mean, for me, that's the perfect angle when you're going to miss the treble 20. Can he just use that dart to sit on top of it?
60.
It's almost touch and feel after that first dart. Whereas Carl Wilkinson very traditional. And manoeuvring around the dartboard
58.
when he's got under the treble 20. The intricacies of dart players' throws.
Like a DNA fingerprint, they are all different.
60.
It was a superstar from Carl Wilkinson, but that shake of the head may tell you that things are changing in this game. Because Richie Howson on throw. 2-2-1 and 6 darts are the types of routines that these players are going just before they get on that stage. And that's the reason they do it.
Well, that 180 leaves Howson on 41 to level this game up at 2-2. And he's all of a sudden woken up. He got to a slumberous start, but could find himself back level. But if he doesn't take out this 41, Wilkinson will have the darts to win this match. Double 16, 2 in hand. Only needs the one. 15 darter followed by 17 darter. But all of a sudden, that 2-0 lead that the Sword had has been evaporated.
Yeah, wonderful passage of play from both. The maximum from Howson. Wonderful response from Wilkinson.
45.
And then Howson to hold his nerve and take control of this game. Because that 45, this is a real opportunity, Richie.
60.
Well, what was it, the saying in football? I feel like another Wilkinson probably said it once upon a time. 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline, perhaps the most dangerous scoreline.
140.
I don't want to give the commentators curse, but when Richie Howson is missing a treble 20, he's right around it, which usually means a big 5 or a big 1 with the last dart. God, I'm good.
One day you'll know what you're talking about.
I mean, that is just punditry at its
96.
finest.
Well, there's no praise like self-praise, is there, Glenn? Anyway, it's not all about you.
Yes, I've been told off about Matthew Edgar to work on my style. Sending me videos
85.
of turning things into me, so point noted. Very humble in that way. Always striving for excellent, as Carl Wilkinson is also, because on 220 on the throw, you feel that's enough. He leaves Shanghai with Howson way back on 301.
What do you give for no one to leave himself on a finish? Finds the treble 17 to leave himself on the big fish. And so Wilkinson looking at Shanghai to move himself 3-2 in front. And able to find the one treble he needs, but Howson needs a couple to leave himself the bull.
Yes, stunning last start there from Carl. We've seen the 170 this week. That was from Dan Hans. But Howson's going to leave it pretty again. The setup play from both players in this match has been excellent. Howson held his nerve in the previous leg. Can Wilkinson do the same?
That's another wire bender for him. Double 5. He might be happy the fact he's got an open target to aim at, and he eventually gets and finds himself in front once again at 3-2.
6 leg reaching to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, great point with the open target. But did you notice he moved right across the left-hand side for that second dart and then stayed there for the double 5?
100.
Well, we're coming to the conclusion of this opening game, and not a lot to separate. We've called this Group C opportunity knocks. We felt all 6 players are in with an opportunity.
80.
And I think that's how it's proven to be after these first games. I'm none the wiser for qualification. And it's a real serious case of double trouble. Scoring's been great today.
140.
Well, in terms of the 2 treble department, Howson's outscoring Wilkinson 7-4.
100.
In terms of the big scoring for Carl, it's been feast or famine. He's either had a lot of one treble turns or a couple of real big uns. But Howson on throw, putting in a
97.
strong leg. Leaving himself on a finish after 9 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. It would mean that in the opening round of fixtures that we would have played every single leg bar 1 of the possible 21 that we could have played. Picks off the ball with the last dart to leave himself on 75, 2 darter upon his return.
Yes, the Yorkshire captain.
87.
I was about to say, his second player been excellent again, but you sense that's not enough. Howson will start in the 17s for double 12, and once again, to go the distance. Double 6. Unexpected
63.
opportunity for Wilkinson.
Calicar 134.
What a way to win it.
Tops is what he's looking at, but tops is what he's
94.
unable to find. And so Howson given another opportunity to take us the distance.
This has to go. And now it's tricky. Bottom of the board, double 3. Can he use that dart?
6.
If there was any player you thought maybe could have used that as a guide, it was Richie Howson. But it's Wilkinson staring up at the top of the board after Howson missed the target at the bottom of it. 2 10s. Fires the swords into an opening win in this group, and the moves to boot. Goodness me, someone's been dancing, haven't they? They've been taking notes off of Glenn Durant's School of Dance, but it's Strictly Come Dancing as opposed to Strictly Come Dancing for Carl Wilkinson. He wins 4-2. We've got Rohan Browers and Tommy Morris after the break.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where all players have now made one opening game. And it was the Yorkshire captain that, surprisingly, looking at the bookies odds before a first dart was thrown, did beat Richie Howson, who had started slowly in his Group A campaign. But in Group C, you don't have that time. So, worrying moments for Richie Howson. But it's Carl Wilkinson who gets 2 points. And as we look at Rohan Browers, he opened up the show today against Jamie Kelling. And it was Jamie Kelling who scored for fun, but just simply could not hit the double. And Browers took his opportunity.
$100.
Well, you just hope for Rohan that first win will just give him just that little bit of confidence, because there was a real feeling that yesterday he was getting really dejected about the situation group. And look, you could understand why, because he'd played some decent stuff for a couple of days, was getting no joy in terms of results. And it's very easy in that scenario, particularly when you know, and he knew quite early in that group, he was going to finish bottom of it. It's very easy for your darts to become very despondent and then almost kind of hope that the day finishes and you just come into the Thursday afresh. But
100.
He's done that. He's got that win. And he's playing another player who's searching for answers in Tommy Morris, who raced into a 2-0 lead in that game against Dan Hands. And you have to say, he looked very comfortable in opening up that 2-0 lead. And it just suddenly fell like a deck of cards for the gun from that point onwards.
Rohan, your car 80.
Yeah, good word with confidence. Maybe that simple win for Rohan is giving him the opportunity, because double 10 away here from a 1-0 lead. Super quick start. Just creeps into the corner there. Things are changing for Rohan, because he looked a pretty desperate individual at the end of yesterday. 6 losses on the spin for him. But what a start to this Group C campaign.
100.
Now, I know there's people that are advocates for an elimination system in Group A, but I think we've seen enough examples now to kind of show that actually we can see players that finish bottom of group go on and win a week. It's happened to Jared Cole before. It's happened to Andy Hamilton before. In fact, Andy Hamilton finished bottom of Group A, looked very unlikely to do anything, and then just suddenly flicked a switch in Group C. So it can happen where somebody can have a disastrous start and then suddenly just click into gear as the week comes to a close.
That was a very posh way of saying disastrous.
140.
This is going to happen all day, isn't it?
One person would like it to happen all day.
Tommy Car 161.
Rohan Browers, he looks comfortable. With Tommy Morris, you use that word confidence. He's one of those players that if he gets on a roll, he's going to be super dangerous in this group. So he has to bounce back. Remember, Tommy Morris was involved in a 7-legger, a match that was full of pace.
91.
Against a super quick Dan Hands, so he's still searching for his first win. And in this match, searching for his first leg. That could be now. Double 16.
85. Rohan
Not to be, but can Rohan reel in the big fish? Another one of them. Bullseye.
135.
Offline, off kilter.
16. Game shot on the second leg, Tommy Morris.
I'm sure when Tommy Morris turned round and seen the 2 treble 20s, it was a case of here we go again. Because if one player was okay on the doubles in the first round of matches, it was this man in your picture, totally outscored by Jamie Kelling.
43.
And that missed opportunity, a bullseye for the 170 finish, and not just the bullseye, but to hit the 170, the lift that would have given him.
96.
Well, maybe more important, not just the lift it would have given him, but maybe the dejection it would have given Tommy Morris as a result.
45.
Yeah, you've got to go all the way back to May 2024 for his highest recorded average, Browers. A 95.17. So the ceiling's there. Just the 190 plus average this year. Against the qualifier already, and Andy Hamilton on the Challenge Tour.
59.
Like I said, he is getting that experience on the Development Tour, on the Challenge Tour, and now the Modus Super Series. And there's something that you mentioned earlier, Henry. That alignment that we said, that Marvin van Velzen came in, had a bit of a rough time. His opening time went on to be a champion. And I'm wondering if Browse will go away, look at his positives, look at his negatives, and work on them.
100 on it.
Well, that's a bit more like it, and we've kind of waited for a moment to light up this match.
Yes, the 9th of the day. The scoring's been great between
85.
the players.
Tommy McGuire, 110.
Finishing getting better. Can still finish with treble 19.
There's only 4 left.
50.
When he returns, he'll come back for 60 for break of 4 and a 2-1 lead. But Moran did find himself 2-1 down in this game against Jamie
60.
before
Tommy
reeling
McGuire,
off 3
60.
on the spin. And he may be forced to do something similar in this particular contest. Morris cannot mop up the tops.
109.
The issues with the doubles continue. 90 points left, treble 18 for double 18.
73. Tommy McGuire, 40.
So double top for Morris to take the lead for the first time in this game. He trailed 1-0.
No
but has
score.
squandered 5
Rohan
opportunities to
36.
go 2-1 up in this match. It's allowed Browers an opportunity at double 18 and subsequently double 9 to re-establish his advantage. 3 legs will go with throw, but Tommy Morris has missed a big opportunity to take charge of this contest.
When you look at the statistics
96.
as well at the start, he's had 18 darts at a double. He's only on his second game and he's only hit 4 of them, so Tommy knows exactly where the problems are.
31.
In a best of 7, you don't have that much time to continue missing opportunities. Once again, I have no doubt he's going to
100.
be peppering that treble 20 every time he goes to the board, but needs to tidy up the finish and start killing games off.
140.
What will be Tommy's mentality?
98.
Because he's literally got the phone call this morning to play in it. Do you just treat it as nothing more as a free hit? Just play with freedom?
No, definitely not. I think he went in and looked
26.
at that Group C, and he's on the back of, yes, the holiday that he's had there. He's on the back of this Southampton series, so we know he's in good form. It's always an indicator of what you're doing locally. We mentioned that about Jamie Kelling and what he's doing on the
79.
vaults. And I think when you grab an opportunity, you grab it with both hands. You don't go in with it half-hearted saying, I'll just take this as a free roll. This is an opportunity. He's one of the best players in this group.
28.
And the only thing that's hurting him right now is the doubles. Sensible play on the 1-2-8 when your opponent is not on the
96.
finish. Once again, Browers has been totally outscored. Can his opponent take it out?
It's 1 from 7 on the doubles so far in this game.
49.
Tommy Morrison. He's going to get 3 more. Potentially could get 6 more to square this game up. Two 4s. Finally finds what he's looking for. And it's 2-2.
Fifth leg Rohan to throw first. Game on. $100. $131.
Important passage of play here. Tommy has fought back in this game. Remember, in his opening
100.
game, he was leading 2-0. This time he's demonstrating his qualities, finding the treble, which we know he can do.
100.
There's one word that epitomises the start that Tommy Morris has made to today. It's probably perplexing.
59.
That's 2 words, probably perplexing.
Can you stop being pedantic?
100.
That's 1 word. 2 words I can say for the finish of Tommy.
100. Tommy Carr,
big
170.
fish.
$60.
Well, that was a
Rohan
bit
Carr,
fishy.
142.
Browers is going to take out the 142. So Morris is going to come back, but he's going to come back for a free darter.
52.
He can take out 2 if he wants, but he ain't.
Who knows with Tommy? Well, he certainly won't be now. He's been here before, this time double 19. Very
91.
interesting to Tommy. Just sort of took a second, which you don't normally see with such a fast rhythm player. Browers again, opportunity. He's been mopping these opportunities up. Is he going to do it again? He goes one away.
On the 5th leg, Rohan Brewers.
Incredible. This is just like a rerun of the opening game where Jamie Kelling outscored and outplayed Browers, but he finished well. Morris has outscored and outplayed Browers. Browers is mopping them
100.
up.
Rohan Browers is like a seagull at the beach. When he sees an empty bag of chips, he goes and he swoops in.
85.
You have real issues, you need to... Seagulls and chips.
41.
This is where Tommy could be panicking.
180.
And from chips, Morris could be about to be battered.
Well, the chips could be down for Tommy Morris in a couple of moments' time because Rohan Browers holds all the cards, holds all the aces.
85.
The nightmare start here for Tommy
100.
Morris.
Rohan
Involved in a real beauty of a game with hands, which it could have gone either way. The setup play from Bowers is not enough.
Tommy O'Carr 160.
Chance for Modus.
Well, he's not going to save the game for 160, so Browers back for the 115 to complete
O'Carr,
a
115.
full 2 victory in this contest. For 2 wins out of 2. Double top.
75. Tommy O'Carr 100.
One match dart come and gone. Morris simply has to finish this turn. Now it's awkward. It's got to be tops.
40.
It's not to be. And this would be a rare feeling for Rohan Browers, being top of a group. The confidence it would give him if he could find these tops until a second consecutive success. Double 10. That's awkward.
20.
And you could tell with the way he threw dart
60.
3.
Wasn't such a rush last start. Maybe just moving across the yoke and taking that first dart out of it. Morris will feel justified that he's getting this opportunity. Needs to take it though. He thought that was in. Big double 10 in this game. Browers can't look. For 3-3.
Getting shown the 6th leg, Tommy Morris.
Well, we've currently got a trend in terms of the scorelines today because 4-2 the first game, 4-3 the second game, 4-2 the third game, and this 4th match going all the way to a last leg decider. Get yourself comfy, folks, because we could be here a while.
Not a term you would use when you've got Tommy Morris, Dan Hands, Carl Wilkinson, all super quick players.
60.
But we did warn you at the beginning of the show, this could be a competitive group. And after 4 games, nothing has changed my mind on that one. No one really grabbing this group. There was an opportunity there for Browser, that 1-1-5 finish. He'd have gone on to 4 points with Morris on 0 after 2.
A group that is tighter than
85.
Glenn Durrant's wallet. Oh, hi, Glenn. Nice to see you.
Even the seagulls wouldn't touch your wallet.
98.
That's because it's too heavy for them.
This could be getting too heavy for Tommy Morris right now because he's 140 points behind. Needs another treble.
83.
I'll tell you what, when he threw that, he thought it was in the treble 20. Big opportunity for Browse. We talked in the previous game how the players will be practicing this type of finish with 6 starts. The set of play was disappointing
45.
in the previous leg for Browers. Extremely disappointing again in this one. Chance for Morris.
Needs to find a couple of trebles. Can't find
60.
a couple of trebles. And
Rohan
so Rohan
O'Carr,
Browers has 6
160.
starts from 160 to get his second consecutive win on the board. And for Tommy Morris, it'd be the worst possible
40.
start. He'd be chasing his tail up for the very beginning of the group. However, that bounce out there makes this leg a little bit more interesting perhaps than what Rohan would like, because a couple of trebles for Morris really does open it up for interpretation.
140. Behind the car, 120.
That is exactly what he needed. What a dart for the match. It's
James
2 wins out the two for Rohan Brouwers. Another funny old game for Tommy Morris. Words not required there. You can see the incredible disappointment there. He's played 2. Both gone the distance, but it's 2 losses for Tommy Morris. But at the beginning of play, did we think Rohan Brouwers, who had a torrid time in Group, would be on 4 points? Good on him. Wonderful finish to boot. As we move on to the next game. Big games, they'll keep on coming. It's Howson v Kelling.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. We played 4 matches on this Thursday afternoon, and before the break we saw Rohan Brouwers get the better of Tommy Morris in a last leg decider 4-3. Game 5 is a meeting between Jamie Kelling and Richie Howson. 2 players that are looking to get their first win following a defeat in the first round of fixtures, and somebody qualified to know exactly what it's like to try and bounce back from a first round defeat is sat alongside me in commentary. Glenn Dyer, this is your favourite subject, isn't it? Dealing with the disappointment of a first round defeat.
Pathetic.
What is it like to lose in the first round? Because you got used to it over the years.
Game on.
Sad and pathetic. That's all I can say to you. You've got 2 great players. Let's highlight them. both sat in 5th and 6th place. Now I say that because I don't expect that to be the case
60.
come the end of this Group C campaign. Jamie Kelling, I thought, looked $1 million for the majority of his game. It was a bizarre performance from Rohan Browers, but he sat there with 2 wins out of 2. The players aren't killing him off. He ain't doing anything special with his scoring power. And both Tommy Morris and Jamie Kelling look pretty dejected after their defeats to Browers. But good to see, Henry. You've seen it a million times. Players who've been at the bottom of that Group A campaign pretty much nearly wrote him off for this Group C because of how does he bounce back from that. Here he is. What a start.
Well, the bookies
100.
did. 33-1 outsider to win this group. Now, I'm going to make some observations here about Jamie Kelling, just on the basis of what he's done in recent times in this building and the way that he goes about his business.
140.
And I'm going to give some advice to the other 5 players in this group. Do not let Jamie Kelling get to a minimum of 6 points overnight. Because one thing he has proven
100.
over his previous appearances here is he is a better Friday player than he is a Thursday player. And so if he can pick up the amount of points that he needs to today, then he is going to be a dangerous commodity
60.
going into tomorrow's action.
Yeah, 2 things in that analysis. Thursday begins with TH, not an F. And don't use commodity because that's my term. But apart from that, I have to agree,
85.
he is a
Richard
player
Carr,
who looked
156.
bitterly disappointing. The last player you want to then come up against is Richie Howson, who you did say, if there's someone who's going to hit a 156 today, you were wrong again.
140.
But he'll take that.
$131. Richard Carr, 16.
You say take that. Kelling's going to need a little bit of patience and hope that Howson misses the double 8 and subsequently double 4.
12. Jamie Carr, 40.
Just an incredible run of missed data for players who your associate have been top of the game at finishing.
Game show on the first leg, Jamie Kelling.
Double top. If there's one double that Kelling likes to leave, it's that one.
Second leg, Jamie to through first. Game 1.
Well, you can see, I'm just keep my eyes on Howson in the background there. He doesn't often give too much away. We've talked about his incredible success on the seniors. The bookies had him favourite to top this group in Group C.
58.
He'll just be a little bit nervous right now, Henry.
Well, for those of you that have regularly watched Jamie Kelling here at the Super Series, you'll recognise one great big striking difference about him.
45.
And that is because he is wearing his own branded dart shirt for the very first time. Usually when he's here, he's in a polo with a manufacturer's name on it or something like that. Actually, for the first time, he's in his own regalia, his own stuff.
59.
Famed for his yellow flights, Paul Nicholson actually came with the suggestion that he should be nicknamed the Yellow Submarine, but JK will do for him.
100.
With a nickname like JK, I'd expect him to have a throw like John Henderson,
96.
but there's nothing rolling about that throw. Very tall, very elegant, big scorer. And he has got this game. He's leading 1-0, but Howson fighting back. Another treble.
100.
Would have made Howson favourite for this one. But this leg, just a little look over at the scoreline there, Jamie Kelly's probably telling himself he needs a couple of trebles.
A little bit like
59.
Richie, Jamie can be a little bit stubborn at times in terms of staying at a particular target when it's blocked. Now his issue, as you can see with the angle of entry, is the complete and utter antithesis of that of his opponent. Anything underneath is an issue for him.
140.
Whereas Howson actually found a way, with the first dart going above the treble target, to muster a couple of his own. He's going to get...
Richie Carr, 116.
He'll hope 6 and 116 to level up at 1 apiece. Now, there was a week here where Richie Howson took this particular finish out 4 times, but he's not going to get it on this occasion.
45. Jamie Carr, 170.
Not only that, that lateral drifting at the 5 means that 71's not a gimme. Kelling does not attack that treble 20, but a treble here.
100. Richard
This is very interesting. And the mindset of Howson is he's dominated this. Like, things are not going right for me today. I need a finish. 71 being it, and that's the way to do it. Howson 1-1.
On the board, and a bit more like it for the Rainer Mauer.
First. Game on.
Still got the highest average of the day so far, Richie Howson, without being at his best. Just round about that mid-80 average. And I'm sure the players going, we've had interviews, Henry, with players before and after games. That, you know, they're watching what the other players are doing. Nobody's really breaking it all down at the moment.
Numbers-wise, he's playing to type this year, averaging in this game 86.68. His numbers for the last 12 months, 86.5. But the big difference is, usually his biggest strength is his finishing.
54.
So far for the calendar year, finishing at a rate of 40%. But that was a complete and utter antithesis in Group A. 29% was his finishing stats over the course of the group. And 29. So far today, 25% in that one. 2 from 11 in his game against Carl Wilkinson. You can tell the game's there, but if he can just sharpen up a little bit more, then he is going to be a bona fide threat in this group.
95. $97.
Do you want to take the opportunity whilst we are here to congratulate a Super Series member, the class of 2024, somebody that became a good friend of a lot of people down here in Portsmouth last year, Bradley Brooks, on winning his first senior PDC title. And it just goes to prove and just goes to show that the Super Series and the ADC could be a real pathway for players to drop off tour to not just get back on tour, but get back on tour with success.
Well, just as Richie goes to this 1-5, so I can quickly ask you the question, did you see his interview afterwards?
I did, and
the way he thanked the Modus Super Series for 2024, how he gave him his appetite back, I thought was a great touch.
We'll talk a little bit more about it in the next leg, because there's a lot of meat to that particular bone. Howson looking at 52 for a 2-1 lead, double 16. No mistake whatsoever. Howson 2-1 to the good.
Well, there's been a lot of missed darts at a double, but every time Richie Howson wants double 16, we seem to both point our finger to the TVs if it's going to go. And all of a sudden, Howson was just looking a little bit nervy, a little bit concerned after that leg. The first leg he could and should have won. We're leading 2-1 in this contest.
Well, going back to that point about Bradley Brooks, I remember the first time he played here, it was around about the end of January, a couple of weeks after he lost his card. His manufacturer deal ran out, and I remember he turned up, and this is a guy who hadn't long won a World Youth Championship, and he's turned up in a golf polo shirt with a certain tick on it. No sponsors, no nothing. And I remember speaking to him, and I could just tell that he wasn't in a good space, a good place with the game. But he made sure he had the right people in his corner, and he slowly but surely, as the year progressed, built himself up, signed a deal with a manufacturer, got himself his own shirt again, got himself people in his corner that he knew he could trust. And we could see towards the end of last year, he was building to something good. And that global championship, he played some unreal stuff. And to be honest, I thought he was going to go and win that tournament.
100.
So it was no surprise he went and got his tour card back. There was no surprise he was going to have a couple of runs. Did we expect him to win a tour event this soon? Probably not. But I think that goes to show exactly what Bradley's done in a short space of time. And full credit to him.
Yeah, and it's got to inspire the class of 2025 as well, because that's what that stage can do. It can give you confidence back, and both of these players are searching for that winning feeling today. Is it Howson a 2-1 up in the better place, or is Kelling with a finish aid of double 16, which has been good for Howson? Give him the momentum.
73. Richie Carr 141.
Well, 1-4-1. Isn't going to be taken. So Kenning's going to get 3 more at 32 to level this game at 2-2.
94. Jamie Kelling 32.
He hit a double 8 earlier, which was his best dart in a double so far. This double 4 has to go.
28.
He's having problems. Real problems on that double, and it's going to cost him.
Well, that's a striking example as to why Kelling is a tops and tens man. because his darts stand up, an inside miss is
Shown the
awkward,
fourth
but
leg,
because
Richie Howson.
Howson's darts sit down, an inside miss means he's still got a lot of the bed to
Fifth
aim
leg,
at,
Richie
and
to
that
third
was
first.
typified
Game
there.
on.
Howson gets the break, 3-1 up, and with the darts to win it.
Yeah, Kelling has that sinking feeling. Just couldn't see it in the background there, but I'm just having a look outside the window of the commentary box there, and the shoulders went down. He's going to have to find something.
140.
And the last thing you want to need against the experienced Richie Howson, who would have the darts in 2 of the last 3 legs, is something to start with a 140.
100.
That 109 average last night. He needs it again now.
Well, that feels like a long time ago. Just a final point on the Pro Tour thing. He's actually the second player from the class of 2025 to make a final
83.
this year, because Adam Lipscomb, of course, made the final of that Global Championship. He obviously lost the final early on this year to Gary Anderson. And the Global Championship is going to be back later on this year.
60.
And I just wonder whether that's possibly something on the radar for Jamie Kelling. He's played a bit of the Championship Tour. There is more local routes to qualifying for that. For Richie Howson, there is a
57.
senior spot for the Global Champion. I wonder whether that could be particularly on his radar.
60 grand to the winner. Pocket change to you, Henry. But to these players, it can make a real difference on the decision making for 2026.
Yeah, week's wages that.
60.
How's your £2.50 and a packet of crisps looking?
Not about the money, Henry. You'll learn that as you get a little bit older. Even when he's just beginning to look good. And he'll be thinking, why?
Richie Carr,
It's just the same dart as that first one. And Richie Howson could win it in spectacular style. He's not going to, so Kelling will be back on 118.
77.
Well, has he got
Jamie
Richie's
Carr,
number, and he's going to
118.
keep this game going just that little bit longer. Single 18, leads double top. Tops it is. Now, that flight of dart one's in the way.
98.
And that final
Richie
dart
Carr,
just drops
84.
low, and so Howson back for the match.
We see how stubborn he is. He has the opportunity to go for treble 16, but treble 20 will be the traditional route. 79, he could go for the treble 13 now, because that's got the favourable dart at a double, and it's a match dart.
64. Jamie Carr, 20.
Which drops low, and so Kelling given a reprieve. 2 10s for 3-2, and a break back. Just hobbles across a little bit. And eventually fires home.
Game shown the fifth leg, Jamie Kelling.
It means that every single game so far today has gone at least
6 leg, Jamie
6
to
legs. So
first. Game
if
on.
you are playing the handicap bets or the over-unders market, well, it feels like today the over 5.5 category probably is the one for you. Of course, if you are having a flutter, 18 plus gambleaware.org.
4 from 29 on the doubles, Jamie Kelling. But I don't think he's letting it get to him there. The little fist pump when the double 10 just crept in.
95.
And like I said, it was a tough ask. 2 breaks to throw and hold your own, but first part done. And dare I say, looking good in the what he's hoping to be the penultimate leg. Great group tonight as well, Henry. Looking forward to that one.
Yep, I'll be
60.
watching with a cup of tea at home. Chris Murphy will be guiding you through the action tonight from 10.
Yay!
80.
Anyway, does anybody know when Matthew Edgar's back?
100.
I don't think either of these players care right now. They've got the focus. Jamie Kelling. I like that player. Back to treble 20. Really good board
145.
management there for Kelling. From 3-1 down, we felt it was almost like an impossible task. We could be just seconds away for once again today. Going the distance.
Jamie Carr, 36.
Only 4 games played. 2 of them going 4-3. This double 18 to
Game
go
shown
the
the sixth leg,
distance.
Jamie Kelling.
Tight group, Henry.
Well,
So the final
that
leg,
is
Richie
the
to
third
first.
game in 5, which has gone the whole hog, the full 7 legs. Howson Looking to get his first winner. The winner of this leg will pick up their first winner. That's some way to go about your business at the beginning of a last leg decider.
You know, when you get that real high of momentum when you've won a couple legs to get back in a game.
59.
And then just when you think you're now favourite for the match, your opponent, and you're looking down, and you hear that score of 180. That's what Kelling has to deal with now. But that's a mess. That brings Kelling back into it, and one massive score here from Jamie.
$45.
Howson looking away, looking up at in and around the arena. A lot of players like to do that. There's a lot of players that won't want to see what their opponent's doing at the board, and so just find a spot or a hole or maybe a curtain cover just to look at whilst their opponent's watching on. Well, he's watching on this time, and he won't like what he's seeing because Kelling with that 140 has brought himself back into this leg. It's effectively a 2-3 visit shootout from this particular point.
And from that 180 star from Richie Howson.
100.
6-star till one to forget. But that ton still makes him favourite for this game. And dare I say, it's still his to lose for me, unless Kelling can find another treble.
100. Richie
Advantage Howson.
136.
He's favourite, but a slender one. All about leaving it handy from here. Of which he's going to.
85.
Leaves it handy, but can Kelling kill off this game with a stunner?
Well, it'll be a real Hail Mary, that's for sure. He needs the treble 19. This could be a stunner. What a finish.
Jamie Kelling.
What a way to end the game for Jamie Kelling. And just a penny for your thoughts for Richie Howson, who led that game by 3 legs to 1. Jamie Kelling couldn't buy a double today for love nor money. But he has a little evaluation there with Paul Hinks, who kisses the flights, and why not? Because that 157 has been the highlight of the day so far. Good game between the mid-80 averages, that 157 though. One to remember as we move on to Dan Hands against Carl Wilkinson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where so far today, every game has gone tight. We've seen 3 of 5 matches go to a last leg decider, including the one before the break where Jamie Kelling pulled out a 1-5-7 in a last leg decider against Richie Howson to pull off a 4-3 victory. Our final game from the second round of fixtures is a meeting between Dan Hans and Carl Wilkinson. Now, first things first, I'm slightly disappointed.
Game on.
Where's the dinosaur?
Ah, good shout. I wonder if he's forgot that, because a player can be so superstitious as well. I might realise halfway through this game that it's not there.
100.
But really impressed. Very, very impressed this week. When we got the list of players, you start doing your preparation. Some players you know. Carl Wilkinson have
45.
I've played against him sort of Super League, but then you see the name of Dan Hans, and you've got to do some investigations, and do you know, he's delivered. I like what I see with him.
Well, Dan hasn't got his dinosaur next to him, but I've got my dinosaur next to me.
A Bosch.
80.
I get the sense, I haven't had the chance to speak to Dan yet this week, but just by looking at his mannerisms, the way he's been dealing with things, I just get the sense that he is enjoying and embracing every single second of this challenge. Even when things haven't gone his way. You haven't seen dejection, you haven't seen his head drop, you haven't seen him get emotionally invested in a negative sense. You can just get the sense this is the guy that's playing on the big stage for the first time, and he's just looking to soak up every second of it.
Yeah, agree. Both players won their opening games. And a chance to move to 4 points alongside maybe the surprise of today, Rohan Browers, who's on 4 points somehow.
60. Carl the Car,
will hope to be back, but it's Wilkinson on 144.
Was unable to get, and so Dan is back for 60 to
60. Daniel Carr, 60.
Go one up. Well, at least it's an open target on double 10.
50. Carl the Car,
so Wilkinson back for 84.
And you fear as a commentator that you're repeating yourself, but doubles are an area that Dan Hans has to sort out, because you don't want to give this man opportunities.
62.
So I was about to say that's what he can do.
So double 5. Now chasing down towards double 2, unable to get.
22.
Well, he missed 15 darts at a double despite beating Tommy Morris in his opener. He's missed 4 darts to win this opening leg, and he's been duly punished, and he's been duly broken by Carl Wilkinson.
Second leg, Carl to through first. Game on.
He's a player who's been around the block. He's done bits. He's picked up a few titles, but I just wonder whether
58.
He's yet won that or done that one thing that will really define him as a player. We've seen him play on tour, has the sword in the past. We saw him have a decent Lakeside campaign. We've seen him do bits, win bits in the WDF system, but still
100.
awaiting him to, I suppose on a stage like this, really go for it. I mean, he won the British Open. That's the real standout, the real highlight of his career so
100.
far. Did pick up the Isle of Man double in 2024, but in terms of a stage like this, I just wonder whether he feels like he maybe, particularly at somewhere like the Super Series, could have just
100.
done that little bit more.
My counter response to that
57.
It's not, you don't have to be here at 19-year-old, 20-year-old. His time will come, because he can throw a mean dart. He's a player that's done the local circuit, done an awful lot for you. He's a proud Yorkshire captain. He's done an awful lot for darts in sort of the Barnsley area. He holds the ADC
60.
Yorkshire and Humberside
Carl
belt.
103.
And now he's applying his trade on a stage we expect him to be. He's getting the opportunity.
71. Daniel
That was
Carr,
for the 2-0 lead.
144.
We talked about the fact that Hans is having a nightmare in the doubles,
Trebles, no problem. It's the doubles.
120. Caldecott 32.
So Wilkinson presented with another opportunity at 32 to double his lead to 2-0.
Game shown the second leg, Carl Wilkinson.
And Carl Wilkinson is 2 up.
Just 27%
Third leg down
in
to
Group A for
first.
Dan
Game
Hans.
on.
So I thought, if he's going to get through this Group C campaign, that's an area he's got to improve. Well, today it's got worse.
48.
Despite the fact he won that first match, 4 from 19. He's now 0 from 5 in this game. Sorry if I'm harping on.
Well, can you
60.
stop?
Yes.
$100.
Although winning that British Open means he puts himself on a pedestal, Carl Wilkinson, with some of the game's greats, the likes of Bristow, the likes of Taylor.
80.
Some other decent players from Teesside that may have won that competition over the years. I heard you won it once upon a time, Glenn.
I'm not sure if I did, because it was the British Classic the same weekend, but I had a couple of fierce matches with Scott Waits on that stage. And those shouts of Yorkshire, Yorkshire.
132.
50th anniversary of that event this year.
I love it. It was once upon a time in
60.
Teesside we would take 100 players. That wasn't that long ago, past decade. So for Carl Wilkinson to get his hands on that trophy, I know it'll have meant a lot to him.
Well, Little picked up that trophy in 2023, beat Peter Jakes in the final. I'll tell you what, I think maybe at some point today we'll go through the history of that tournament, because there's a load of great games and a load of great champions that won that over the years. But in the here and now, Wilkinson looking at 130 for a 3-0 lead. Treble leaves the ball. Not to be in. So Hans looking at the 150 to keep himself in the contest, to keep a grip of Carl Wilkinson.
96.
You just don't fancy him anywhere on the board, barring the treble 20. And Wilkinson just looks solid on the doubles.
Like Carl Wilkinson.
And make that 3 from 5. That's the type of percentages that these players will be striving for. He's not doing anything spectacular.
Game on.
No massive scores, but he knows he has that in the locker. Good moments here for Carl Wilkinson, and looking good to join Rohan Browers at the top of the table. And guess what his next game is?
47.
Without looking.
Tommy Morris.
Oh, you ruined that, didn't you?
Well, you said that only great players win the British Open. You are correct, because you've never won it.
134.
Carl Wilkinson got the better of Jim McEwen to win last year's edition. Luke Littler won it the year before that. Reece Colley won it in 2022. Scott Marsh beat Connor Scutt in that dramatic final in 2021. Other winners in recent times,
97.
Wesley Harms in 2019, Richard Vainstra the year before, Ross Montgomery's picked up that title, Cameron Menzies has won it before, Mark McGeaney, and
58.
Well, how about this? A certain Scott Mitchell picked up the British Open back in 2014, beating the best bin man in darts, Martin Phillips, by 6 legs to 1. That would be a couple of months before he'd go on to win the Lakeside title. That's the first max of the game for Dan Hans to
68. Leave
himself on 19. He's got plenty of time from here to bring the gap back down to 3-1. Can't recover with dart 2. 70 remaining. Will head along for treble 10 to leave himself topped, but is in a handy position when he does return. Some great names on the women's trophy of that competition as well. Trina Gulliver winning it 60. On no less than 7 occasions.
7th time you've mentioned Trina, as Dan Hans looks to get up and running in this game.
50.
Same old story, I'm afraid. Henry mentioned that there hasn't been any real reaction from him. But he looked aghast at the fact that it's another missed opportunity. This time,
100.
Wilkinson way back. And dare I say, Wilkinson's already preparing himself for the next leg. This would be for a break of throat.
To shave off Wilkinson's advantage. And the double 2 is found for the tap man.
5th leg done to 31st. Game on.
Incidentally, Bo Greaves won that particular tournament, the women's last year, beat Lisa Ashton 5-0. Lisa Ashton has actually won that competition 3 times.
59.
Fanny Sherrick won it in 2021. And one of our former friends and commentary colleagues has won the women's tournament as well in Corinne Hammond back in
85.
2017. Ow, Henry.
I didn't know she was German.
60.
Perfect dart. You'll expect more.
100. $85.
For Carl, with that win, has put him amongst the greats of the game and is looking to finish off this particular game in a very good position to do so.
100.
176, 6 starts for the Yorkshire captain. The proud skipper. Going downstairs. Sensible play, 99 points left.
80.
He'll be disappointed with that one. Just leaves the door ajar for Dan.
26.
Dare I say,
Calicar 96.
firmly closed. Big chance for Wilco.
Well, that's the first time we've seen Dan Hands really get emotionally invested in a negative sense. And I get the sense that the dinosaur might be back for the next one. But he's got to finish this one first, Carl Wilkinson. And he's got a dart at double 19, which he's not even going to bother with because Dan Hands isn't on a finish.
There's a little bit of experience there. Just taking the sting out of that.
Calicar 36.
Same process. There will be pressure on it. I get the sense. Carl just looking at the situation. I like the pace, what he's doing here. This for a big win. It's double 16. And it's 2 wins out of 2 for the Yorkshire captain. Carl Wilkinson has had the dream start today. It's the same old story for Dan Hands. You can see him disappointed in the background. He's even doing the does a shuffle there. Yeah, well done there, Carl. Must try harder, may I add, but a super start there. Round about that 80 to 85 average, but the checkout success, 4 from 7. That is exactly what he needed. As we move on to the top of the table, it's Rohan Browers against Richie Howson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, Carl Wilkinson got the better of Dan Hand by 4 legs to 1. That means that him and Rohan Brouwers are both on 4 points in the group respectively after the first couple of rounds of fixtures. We can confirm that now by having a look at the league table, and it's fairly uniform at this particular stage. Wilkinson and Brouwers both on 4, Kelling and Hands both on 2. Morris and Howson yet to pick up a victory. Perhaps the big surprise is the fact that the way the table looks is the 2 outsiders are the 2 players at the bottom of the table, and the 2 of the unfancied names are the 2 of the players right at the very top of it. Still early days, still only a couple of rounds played, but an early indication that all isn't as one thought would seem as far as this Group C is concerned. We're going to see Rohan go for a 3rd consecutive win at the beginning of the day in a meeting against Richie Howson, who, perhaps surprisingly, is looking for victory number 1 of the day. I don't think anybody expected the Owl to be in this particular position as it came to the midway point of the day's play.
And what's the rule that you have now? How many losses can he before he can still bounce back?
Well, Matthew Edgar still believes in the rule of 3. 3 defeats would spell the end of your chances of making it through to finals night.
Is that 3 with a capital F or 3 with a capital T?
First leg, Rohan to throw
and no
first.
W's in either.
Game on.
Well, despite the fact that Rohan is top of the table, a joint top with Carl Wilkinson, and Richie Howson is surprisingly at the bottom. Richie Howson will still go into this one as favourite.
140.
But you're just kind of expecting Richie just to click into gear again, aren't you, at some stage, at some point? It was exactly what happened to him in Group A. Got off to a slow start, got better as the group came along. But the problem is you have 3 days in Group A, and you have a second group to try and sort things out. But the problem Richie's got is he's getting to a point now where
65.
If he doesn't get results ASAP, he could be out of the equation before we even get to tomorrow's action.
Were you surprised at the head-to-head between these 2 this week?
60.
The way that Group A was so competitive, nothing really surprises me in terms of wins for and wins against.
I mean, Richie Howson did have that unbelievable... Considering he lost this contest Monday and Tuesday, he was superb yesterday in this game. Average 101.90 in a demolition of Rohan.
Just interesting to have a look at some of the stats for the day, and I just wonder if you're looking at certain markets today, whether it be the 180 markets, because actually, if you look at today's action, the only player who's not had a 180 in a game 39. At any point is Carl Wilkinson against Dan Hands. Every other player in every other game has had a 180 today. There hasn't been many 180s, but everybody's been able to pile something in at some point.
60. Rohan to a car 157.
Just 85 and change being the best winning average of the day so far. So all the players must be backstage
59.
thinking,
this
is nothing I can't do.
Everybody was thinking, if I can just find a decent 5 minutes, I might get some joy here. Is Howson going to get some joy with a 141? Double 12 says yes.
129.
But the dart itself says no.
98.
Well, the type of day that Browser's had is that players are missing opportunities and he's mopping them. That's a strange way to go on 98. So much so, I think he was expecting the 18th for tops. But speaking of tops,
78.
Funny old way going for that.
And so Howson looking at 2 6s to get the break. This is a target that Richie doesn't mind. Now down for double 3.
6.
Yes, you nailed that one, Henry. 20. Once again, this bizarre trend is going where players are just missing opportunity after opportunity. See what the Owl thinks about that.
Leg,
he might even keep the towel on top of that head as well. And Browser's having a field day.
Like
Nobody wants to beat him.
Well, we know that Richie's going to throw that towel in because that's just not his mentality. He has a phrase on the back of his shirt, never give up. And I remember speaking to Richie after he won the Legends 100. League title against Steve Beaton, and we spoke about that phrase on the back of his shirt. And he was very philosophical about it. and he said, never give up. Whatever it is, whatever you dream of, whatever you want to do in life, never ever give up on that dream. Work hard, strive hard. And you never know, one day it could all pan out and it could play out. And Richie's story is somebody who came into this came into the sport of darts late on in life and is having his career peak at the age of 59.
And playing great snooker as well. There's another story there. So plenty to talk about in relation to Richie Howson, but you won't want to talk too much about his Group C campaign so far today. 2 losses. And already 1 leg down in this
57.
one. Full control of this second leg. Browers may and should start in the 18s.
126.
Bizarrely started correctly, but the final dart should have been treble 20 because it would have left the fish.
Which has given Howson 6 on this 164, an extra opportunity
58.
that he needed to finish his leg off, and he still left himself on a free darter from this point, which would be a bit of an aching disappointment.
Unless the second dart was in treble 18 there, because my eyes are going, but nothing wrong with that for Rohan. Dare I say it, this has to go. He's going to give himself an opportunity. Doubles haven't been great, but double 16 has been his saviour.
90.
Not this
Rohan
time.
Yukar 36.
So 2 18s for 2-0 lead, and it'll put him halfway towards 3 wins for the day. And that's a 13 darter, and that almost feels like the best leg of the day so far.
I see a couple of players when Rohan Browers throws. Is there anybody you can see? Oh, is there? I don't think. Is there anybody you can see on that angle?
There's one player I can see, and that's Rohan Browers.
43.
Thought we could just have a serious conversation, real like deep analysis about Rohan.
140.
Tell me why I'm seeing Sam Head. Tell me.
Oh, good player from Hampshire he was, wasn't he? Played at Lakeside a couple of times.
97.
Is it the throw? Is it the looks? Tell me.
I'll give you an A+ for the looks. Anyway, about Sam Head.
100.
I'm trying to think in terms of throw who he best reminds me of.
I don't know, I'm seeing a little bit of Schindler, maybe that's
54.
wrong. But I've just thought of another good week that we could have. You know, these specials week. We've got hands. We've got head. Is there any other players out there we could have the full body?
What, head, shoulders, knees and toes?
Brian Shoulder.
140.
There's no ring called Brian Shoulder, really, but...
$97. Richard Carwood in 21.
Well, 1-2-1 for Howson and 6 starts from here to bring this game back to 2-1. Doesn't have to chase around the bullseye. He's not going to.
59.
And so 62 points away from halving the deficit
60.
back down to
Richard
2-1.
62.
There's 5 darts at a double so far in this game is Richie Howson. And he's going to pass another 2 opportunities by.
Well, I had a moment on Friday when Thomas Banks hit this 150. This is the more conventional route for double 18.
132. Richard
It's all about you, Glenn. I know it made your week. Double 4.
24.
Well, that's been the story of Richie Howson's day so far.
18.
0 from 10, Richie. Not something you'd associate. Browers must be thinking, what on earth is happening? Still has to see out this double 9. That's wild.
10. Richie Ukar 8.
Well, double 4. He's going to get 3 more opportunities. He's been let off the hook by his opponent, who has also missed opportunities to move into a 3-leg lead. Well, hook, line, but his doubles isn't a stinker there.
on the 3rd leg, Richie Howson. 4th
Back
leg,
to
Richie
2-1
through
and
first.
back on
Game
throw.
on.
You know, sometimes it's a 10 dart, 11 dart, a 12 dart that can get you going. In the sake of Richie Howson, even something as simple as that, where his opponent finally
25
doesn't take advantage of the misses of his opponents, that Richie Howson can get back in this game.
100.
Well, if Group A was all about quality, drama, brilliance, this has been a group about hard, tough match play. But Howson may be just beginning to make his move.
Yeah, something as simple as a last dart double two, because he had the towel on the head at one point. He looked resigned to going 3-0 down. And literally moments later, we could be looking at a level game. That's why we love the Modus Super Series. These best of sevens create so many dramas, so many stories. And Howson, what did I say about 11 darter? It's something like that that can get him going. And he's now looking like the player that was favourite to top this group, remember?
56.
Howson, this is your time to shine.
Well, he's spent the most part of today, with the greatest respect in the world, kind of going through the motions a little bit. But is this the time where he puts his foot on the throttle? That's another couple of more misses. 1 from 15 on the outer ring.
He's just not looking, is he, Richie?
68. Richie
He's just hoping not to hear a game shot. He'll want to hear it at this point, though. This for 2-2. There's his marker. He needs to execute. And does. 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Richie Howson.
That means that all but one game so far has gone at least 5.5 legs.
Are you watching the clock or something, Henry?
I'm just giving out the stats as you so see it.
The last game was 4-1.
Yeah, that's why I said 5 of the first 6 games went to at least those legs.
100.
One day you'll understand what I'm on about.
I'm just looking at players with body parts as names. There's no one called knee or... We have got a nose.
135.
From Poland. Nosek.
$60.
Stefan Belly Belmont. Could we have a group A by the way we finish it? We need some help, don't we?
Well, unfortunately, Justin Hood's no longer here because you could have had Happy Feet.
$41. $85. $60. Rohan Yukar, 100.
So 2-2 from 2-0 up. You would think maybe that opportunity had gone from Rohan. Looking at the momentum once again, that setup player, that is disappointing.
28.
Yeah, it's a scratch of the head there because Howson was down and out in this leg. We know how good he is at using that dart. Yeah, he looks
60.
confused as Richie Howson today, Henry.
72.
It's been a bit of a head scratcher. Tots a 3-2.
52.
And he's going to get a bit more time to open up that advantage, and it will put him to within a leg of 3 wins out of 3. A man who the bookmakers had as a 33-1 complete outside chance.
100. Rohan Yukar, 20.
Averaging mid-80s in the game here, Rohan.
Game shot on the fifth
and
leg,
goes one
Rohan
away.
Rose.
And the in-play table is a pretty reading for him right now.
6 leg Richie to throw first. Game on.
Because provisionally, if he can win this game, he'll sit at the top on 6 points. Who saw this coming, Henry? Not me.
Well, this is
100.
The beauty of the Super Series. Anything can happen at any point. And as I say, players have finished bottom of Group A and then recovered their weeks, recovered their situations. And
134.
Rohan, it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Well, remember when Andreas Howson beat Cam Crabtree in that Champions Week final? He finished 5th
140
in that particular Group A. And then he would go on to win the Champions Week title. In matter of fact, Jensen Walker finished 2nd from
100
bottom in Group A at the last Champions Week. He would go on to win the prize. Andy Hamilton.
What's funny? I mean, you're talking and laughing at your own jokes. Nothing funny for the performance here of Richie Howson. He's doing an immaculate job on throwing this leg. And once again, we could be going the distance.
121.
Good response from Browers himself in this leg. May go the bullseye route with the last dart. That's because of the finish of Browers.
96. Rowan McGuire,
Well,
167.
he won his last game with a 120 checkout. He's not going to raise the roof with a 167.
57. Richie McGuire, 25.
It's been a day of a sinking feeling for Richie Howson. That won't help the cause, but he does like double 4.
17. Rowan McGuire,
So,
110.
Didn't really clean up from last time, did Rohan. And he's not going to take out the 110. So Howson back 3 more in
60.
hand, a double 4
Richie
to
McGuire, 8.
take us all the way.
2 from 20 on the doubles.
Getting shown
But
the
he
6
does
leg,
like
Richie
double
Howson.
4. He will not want to hear that statistic. But he is back in the match. We are going the
Rowan
distance.
to through first. Game on.
But Browers can hurt Howson hard with a real big opening score.
$22.
Well, that is a poor start for Rohan. And Richie's got to pounce all over this.
41.
Is it me or is the pace of this game is
41.
Is Richie just getting embroiled in the whole situation? I think Richie needs a win. I mean, I know it's sometimes I can state the obvious there, but I just feel like the pace has just been sucked out of this game.
100.
It's just sedate. It's really, really sedate. And you could just tell that nobody in this match has flowed at any point. It's felt almost chore-like, this contest.
96.
And if you mind me being brutally honest, Glenn,
I know what you're going to say.
no one stood out yet.
No
No one has stood out yet.
Well, darts like that does help you stand out. Richie Howson, but both players, they're walking back and the shoulders are down and the sagging.
58.
Browers is top of the table for an opportunity 3-3. He needs to lift himself up quickly, but Howson has stolen a march. That 180 followed by a beautiful set-up play.
140.
And from absolutely nowhere, Howson looking good to get his first 2 points of the day.
Well, this is what good players do. Even when they're not at their utmost best, they
60.
find a gear, they
Richie
find a
McGuire,
level.
40.
And that is exactly what Richie Howson has done in this last leg decider. Can he put in the finishing
He's on the
touches?
mat,
Yes,
Richie
he
Howson.
can, with a 13-darter. And eventually, Richie Howson's on the board. He gets the better of Rohan Browers by 4-3. Almost a look of disbelief on the face of the Dutchman. It's his first defeat of the day, whilst for the Owl, he finds himself on the board. In the end, he brought his average up to 88.06. The score is okay, 3-1-18, 2 treble turns, 7 of them in the game, but 4 from 22 on the doubles. Next up, Tommy Morris takes on Carl Wilkinson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. And before a dart was thrown in this Group C campaign, Richie Howson went off as quite a warm favourite. But it took until Game 3 for him to finally get his first 2 points. No such problem for that man in your picture. Carl Wilkinson has been a superstar for the Yorkshireman. 2 wins out of 2. But he plays a tricky customer in Tommy Morris, who'll be disappointed, surprised that after 2 games he's still the only player now not to get off the mark. But Henry, he's played 2 games, lost them both 4-3. We could be talking about the fact that Tommy Modus has played 2 and won 2. So this is far from a gimme, top against bottom. I'll put you on the spot. Who wins this one?
121.
Good question, Glenn.
It's a toughie, isn't it?
It really is, because yes, they're in different extremities in terms of the league table, but as we've been mentioning before, this group has been so tight. But to put it by way of example, Carl Wilkinson is actually won his games more convincing than anybody else, 4-2 and 4-1 by way of scoreline. But even in both of them games, you felt the opponents had opportunities. That's kind of been the story of the day so far. You wouldn't back anybody against anybody, and that's not against anyone. That just tells you how tight and competitive this group is.
For once, I will agree with you. And while you were talking there, Morris just gets up there, just pings those. When you're playing against them, you know, all of a sudden you'd be 200 points behind in just a blink. But Carl just looked very focused. Something he might have to do in this game. He might have to wait for his chance.
140.
I get the sense that Tommy will be playing thinking no more defeats. That's it. He's going to produce his best darts.
108.
Double 16 away from the opener.
But even by Tommy Morris's standards, that was quick. And it could be off to a fast start here. He's left himself on a double after just a dozen darts to
97.
take
Tommy
out
Carl,
the opening
32.
leg. And Carl Wilkinson's just been left bamboozled in this leg.
Getting shot on the first leg.
13 darter. Exactly the start you do want when you're searching for that first win.
Carl through first. Game on.
I also get the feeling, Henry, that the players will be thinking no one's going to run away from this Group C. I really do feel that come penultimate games tomorrow, nothing will really be decided. Carl Wilkinson might say, well, hang on. I could be 5 to 10 minutes away from being on 6 points and 3 wins out of 3. And I'm really making a move in this group. So every game, even in this early stage in Group C, is a big part.
Well, Tommy Morris is an enigma, isn't he? Sometimes he plays the game, when he plays well in such a way, it's just so joyous to watch. It's so quick, it's so fluent, so good on the eye. But I can imagine he as well will be one of the first to admit that sometimes he can be a little bit frustrating too. There's times when you think he could really kick on, or there's times you think he can maybe go deep in a competition, and then he can just sometimes flatter to deceive a little bit.
And I think that a lot of that's to do with the pace of the game. These rhythm players, they look a dream, don't they, when they're pinging the 180s like he did with his 3rd visit to this match. And also, if you get that little bit of a timing wrong, where with Carl Wilkinson, he's an aimer, real old school player.
100.
He stands there and he goes through the process of throwing a dart. So it's definitely aimer versus rhythm.
100. Carl 121.
And it could be a meeting that's leveled up 1 apiece if Wilkinson can find this 121. Well, he's going to give himself a dart at the bullseye.
76.
But can it find the line all length?
123.
Well, nothing's been as easy as 1, 2, 3 today for Tommy Morris, but he's got a dart at the bullseye to suggest that he's back in this contest, because if Tommy Morris can win this match, looking at the table, it is congested.
And that was an uncharacteristic pause there from Tommy Morris. It was a very long pause from him as well before he went for that bullseye. Didn't find it. It's been punished. We're back level at 1 apiece.
Somebody through first. Game on.
That's what I would say about Carl Wilkinson at the moment. Even before he's not even thrown a dart, everything is at his pace. Every dart's the same. He weathered the storm in that opening leg there from Tommy Morris. But very, very impressed with Carl Wilkinson today.
80.
But look at that group, Henry. We've got the privilege of looking at an in-play table. If Tommy Morris could get over the line in this one.
But everybody will be within a couple of points of one another.
81.
And you've got the meeting between Kelling and Hand after that in game 9.
95.
There's a possibility, sorry Glenn, that if Dan won that game, Toy wins this one, you've got 3 players on 4 points in the group and everybody else on 2.
100.
Yes, we do like to look at permutations, the if, buts and maybes. I just get the sense with Wilkinson, he's just in that zone.
60.
He could take all permutations away and run away with this. Carl Wilkinson's final
100.
game of the day
Carl,
is against Rohan Browers. He'll fancy his chances in that one, despite the fact that Rohan saying, excuse me, I am joint top, you know.
100. Carl 140.
So 140 for Wilkinson to move himself 2-1 in front. Another one of them. Doesn't go, and so Morris to re-establish the advantage, looking at 56.
Missing big numbers. He's using that ploy again of just taking a step back at the dart of the double.
16.
That's a strategy I think that's he's been implemented today, and it ain't working just yet.
And so Wilkinson returns and makes no mistake on the tops, and he opens up a 2-1 lead, gets the breaker throw.
Forfeit Carl to through first.
Yeah, we felt that the pace was out of the game in the previous one. That Richie Howson won 4-3, but it was, like you mentioned, an 88 average, the highest average of the day. But just looking at the averages
84.
right now, Tommy Morris is averaging over 93 in this game, and Carl's been around that 90 average. I think it's just beginning to step up slightly.
63.
This group has been the dictionary definition of mid-standard obscurity. It hasn't been rubbish by any stretch of the imagination, but it hasn't been glistening 97. At the same time. It's all felt like a middle ground so far today.
Oh, you're so tough.
137.
I said it hasn't been rubbish.
Been far from it. I'll be telling Carl Wilkinson what you said.
I think it's been decent. This is actually
Don't try and get out of it now. You said it was. I'll be telling Carl Wilkinson you said it was rubbish.
I never said it was rubbish. You can go back and look at the tape if you want. Go and look at the tape.
41.
But I just think so far, and I'm only saying this because I think the 6 players here, their quality. I think they all know they've got this extra level that they can unlock, and they just haven't been able just yet to do that. But maybe Carl Wilkinson is the player to do it.
It's looking that way, isn't it? He's taking his average to mid-90s right now.
80.
And a tidy little 80 finish away, and he's 1 away. Has to stay straight. Cardinal sin. Real mess.
40.
Gets down to a double. Yeah, shake of the head and the realisation his opponent's on a finish. Feast or famine.
100. Carl 40.
Well, it's one of those stages in the game which could be a bit of a crossroads. Wilkinson free in hand for a 2-leg lead, and if he misses, Morris has a chance to square things up. But first time of trying, Wilkinson moves 3-1-2 the goods.
Deadly on that tops, doesn't he?
Game on.
First dart each time. And as much as we've bemoaned the doubles percentages, Carl Wilkinson right now 3 from 4.
91.
That's Saturday night form from the Yorkshireman.
Well, I suppose it's that age-old question. They say that the pen is mightier than the sword, but at this present moment in time, the
100.
sword is mightier than the gun.
$85.
But what else has Tommy Morris got left in his weaponry?
97.
The gun so far has been firing blanks.
60. $100.
Yeah, Wilkinson looking like a player. Incredibly focused. Using that experience that he has. The type of player that we want on this stage. The type of player we believe should be on this stage. And isn't he producing the darts? He looks like the standout player so far today. Now averaging in excess of 95.
And nothing Modus can do about this.
100. Caldecott,
This
64.
has been a disastrous day so far for Tommy Morris. And could Carl Wilkinson put salt in the wound, because he is 2 darts away. Match dart.
48. Tommy Carl, 117.
117 for Tommy Morris to bring it back to 3-2. He's found the treble. Now looking at tops to save the match. Doesn't go, and so Wilkinson back double 8 to win it.
Terrific performance. Performance of the day so far. Can he see how sort of shoe it on his doubles? Those doubles were at tops.
Game show on the match, Carl
But double
Wilkinson.
4, no problem. What's up? It's 3 wins out of 3 for the Yorkshireman. Here comes the dance. Here comes the celebration. But he looks great. He looks the standout player in this Group C campaign. And what a disastrous day so far for Tommy Morris. He's still sat on 0 points. But round about the 90 average throw proved to be enough for Carl Wilkinson, as we go on to Jamie Kelling against Dan Hans.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's looking glistening on what is a thermal-like Thursday afternoon. It is absolutely blisteringly hot. And the darts, well, it's lukewarm at this present moment in time. We're waiting for somebody to really hit the heights. But Carl Wilkinson was showing signs of that in his match against Tommy Morris before the break. Average just under 91, 4 from 7 in terms of his doubling in a 4-1 win against the gun. Game number 9, it is Kelling up against Hans, and Glendowen is on hand to provide some expert analysis.
Oh, I see what you did there, Henry.
First leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, two players who have impressed me today, but without getting the results. I promise I'm not going to mention Dan Hans's doubles or Jamie Kelling's doubles in this whole game.
45.
That's right, you won't, but I will. Because so far today, Jamie Kelling's been 2 from 19 and 4 from 13 in his 2 matches, while Dan Hans 4 from 19 and 1 from 9.
You're not using the term rubbish again there, I just want to clarify.
No, but if you do want to nip out for a cup of tea at any point in this game, it's probably towards the back end of legs.
Yeah, what's the chance of now not missing a dart or a double? I've just realised whose throw it's like. That has been on my mind. Kevin Doots.
Oh, yes.
Wrist and fingers.
Now, I see that Dan hasn't deployed the dinosaur again. Never thought I'd say that line.
Why can't a T-Rex clap its hands?
I don't know. Why can't a T-Rex clap its hands?
Because it's extinct.
Oh, God.
100.
You should see the look on Glendowen's face right now.
140. Jamie Carr, 156.
Dan Hans will be happy after that 140. We've talked about this 156 a few times today. It's not going to go for Jamie Kelling. Such a big score, so you always fancy his opportunity when he has that type of finish.
36.
And as we alluded to, the problems have arose round about now. Well, that's perfect for the 85.
Show the first leg.
There you go. You've got two players struggling to hit the double. Dan Hans, 85, 2 darter. That's why we love this game.
Well, hand break. Puts him one up.
60. $100.
Yes, the World Match Play draw is out as well now, Henry.
Some really good games. We were having a little bit of a pontification about it, didn't we, just before the break?
I thought we were having a look.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's some incredible draws. Some really do stand out off the page.
96.
World number 1, defending champion Luke Humphries gets his campaign underway against Jan van Veen. Nathan Aspinall takes on Vessel Nyman on the opening night. Luke Little's search for first World Match Play crown gets underway against Ryan Searle. Michael van Gerwen takes on Raymond van Barneveld. Gerin Price takes on Darryl Gurney. Ross Smith against Josh Rock. You could go on and go on. There's some incredible draws in there.
Super setup play there from Hans. Just to remind that opening leg. 85 finish will give him real control to break a throw.
61.
Has options here on 61. He went aggressive for double 18. Where has this finishing been all week? Dan Hans leads 2 legs to 0.
2 out of 3 so far.
Game on.
3 minutes and 5 seconds for 2 legs of darts. Sometimes you need your right dance partner on that stage.
100.
Maybe these two have just found that. Dan Hans averaging 103.66 at the moment.
For you, that perfect dance partner today
100.
looks like it's Carl Wilkinson.
$60. $60.
It's on the throw of Kelling. A leg he has to win.
60.
In a sense, that's not enough. One big score here from Hans, and then with that first start, he'll expect more. Looking good, isn't he?
40.
Well, this is more like it, and this is the darts of a man that's made a Challenge Tour semi-final this year, that's had great success on the ADC circuit in the last 18 months or so. Really is beginning to build ahead of stride here.
Doing a little bit of a disservice there. He actually reached the final of a Challenge Tour where he lost to Scott Campbell, another firm favourite at the Modus Super Series.
Do your homework.
145, down to car 156.
Surely not. This is the finish we've been talking about, but the way he's playing.
140.
Well, he's not going to take it, so what can Kelling make of the 36?
Has to be aggressive on double 9.
27.
Not happening today.
Car 16.
We both fancied him to have a good day. It's not going that way. Dan Hans has had that up and down week. But this for a 3-0 lead. Double 2.
Thought we lost him for a second. But he could lose this leg.
Jamie Kelling 9.
And this could be a real turning point in the match. Hans missing 2 to go 3 up, and Kelling can half the deficit, can peg him back. Double 2.
5. Daniel Carr 2.
But he's left him off the peg, or let him off the peg, shall I say.
No score. Jamie Carr 4.
What a mess. Put himself in a fantastic position where we're waxing lyrical about his finishing in this leg. But those old problems between the pair of them have once again come to the fore. But Jamie Kelling from nowhere pings that double 1 to get back in this game. Dan Hans will be super, super frustrated.
New meme just dropped.
100.
Mind you, do you see Hugh Grant at the tennis yesterday?
I know how he feels. He wants to try and working with you. I'm sure he'll fall asleep again there.
100.
But one of my favourite moments on the WDF system was watching Gary Anderson, Christian Perez and Dan Hans win a triples game in Chelsea. Their names was Hans, Christian Anderson.
Oh my goodness me.
Just took me half an hour work with you, that one.
85.
Anybody else available? Anyone? Please? Help! Help!
No help needed for Kelling here. The wry smile tells you everything you need to know.
140. 90.
Once again, great scoring. 9 and 12 darts, always down to a finish. This is sublime from Kelling. You have to say it's come from nowhere.
126.
He'll start in the 19s.
He's not going to get a poke at the ball, and so Kelling, who trailed this game by 2 legs to 0, finds himself in a position where he can level up at 2 apiece. 13 darter, best of the game. And we are all square, and you can just see that look in the eye of Jamie Kelling, a real look of focus. He knows that he probably should find himself still with a deficit to try and overcome.
140.
He goes joint second place with this one. All of a sudden, the day is looking good for Jamie Kelling.
You know what I said earlier about the rest of the group trying to ensure that Jamie Kelling doesn't get on to 6 points overnight because he hasn't played his A game yet? That could be a potential scenario that's in the offing here. If he can win this one and win his last against Tommy Morris, 6 points could be what JK's left on him. We could all be talking about Jamie tomorrow.
Well, he was kicking himself, wasn't he, after that opening loss of the day against Rohan Browers. A game, let's be honest, he dominated. But I guess that roles reversal when it a really tight match with Richie Howson, which he won by the odd leg. Started disappointingly in this match. But wow, there's afterburners. And there's Jamie Kelling right now, because this is for a potential 11 darter.
Well, he's got his foot on the throttle, and he could have his foot on the throat of Dan Hans in a second. Because he's pressing home and a couple of impressive legs. 13 darts from the last, backed up with a 12. 25 darts over the last 2 legs, and Kelling is in for the killing.
Yeah, great touch there from Dan Hans. Great sportsmanship.
100.
He was in cruise control, looking at a 3-0 lead in this one, an average, excess of 100. And it's all gone pear-shaped quickly. Much of that to the superb
96.
form from Jamie Kelling. Nice little 12 darter in the previous leg. And like I say, looking at the in-play table,
81.
he moves on to 4 points and joint second place with Rohan Browers.
And it means that Carl Wilkinson has the group to punt the punt in his hands.
Jamie Kelling's next game against Carl Wilkinson.
60.
That could be an absolute beauty. But he has to see out this game so far. He's got the darts. 60 points behind. That's been eradicated immediately. Can he find another treble?
140.
He's in a fantastic position now, Henry.
Yeah, he is. He's really pressing for home. He's really stepped up the quality since going 2-0 down. He won a scrappy third leg, but
85.
Since then, I think he knew he used his get-out-of-jail-free card there, and he has really pressed home. And now looking to hit for home. He's got 6 on 184. Could do with a treble here.
100.
Finds it, leaves himself on a 2-darter after a dozen.
He's a super player, isn't he? We always enjoy his performances here at the Modus Super Series. But he's up against it now. That 84 was looking really inviting. But with Dan Hans set up and leaving tops. But this is for the match. That match start is bullseye.
59. Dan Newcar, 40.
It's a match start that's not found, and so Hans back for tots to take us all the way to a last leg decider. One left. Slight pause, slight jolt.
30. Jamie Newcar, 25.
Started oh so well for Dan Hans in this game. His doubles were immaculate. That third leg has proven really pivotal. Will it be punished by the very, very impressive Jamie Kelling? This for a 4-2 victory.
17.
Well,
Dan Newcar, 10.
2 more opportunities go a begging. 3 match darts Jamie Kelling has had. And for Dan, well, this is somewhat of a reprieve as he looks into the barrel of the camera at the side of the board, JK. And for Dan Hans, he puts his arms aloft in the air. He's not overly enamoured, but he'd be happy gone all the way. And he thought that he had broken the throw for a second. That was how scrappy that leg was at times. It was only a hold for Dan.
100.
Good start. Last leg decided, you know, striving for at least one treble. Make your opponent hit a treble.
100.
Good game. Tight match. So typical of this Group C can be. A reminder, the winner of this match moves on to 4 points and 2 wins out with 3. And everything's looking rosy in the garden again.
Well, this is a leg where the fine
100.
margins between each other's day will become apparent. The winner of it will be happy going into their last game. The person who loses this leg will have pressure attached to them going into that 5th game of the session. But Kelling here with a huge, crucial 140. Leaves himself on 127 in game after 9.
I was about to say a 180 needed, a 180 hit for Dan Hans. He almost looked a little bit resigned after Kelling's 140. But it's Kelling first down to finish. Needs a treble 19. So Dan Hans will be back.
55. Dan Newcar, 121.
So 121. This would be some way to win it. The bullseye would have been to one in some sumptuous style.
72.
Nothing to separate these two players from beginning to end. We're down to potential 2-dart finish. What a dart that is. Takes his time. Double 12. It's 2 wins out of 3 for Jamie Kelling, and that's what it means to him, because there was nothing to separate those two players. Dan looks pretty distraught there. He had his opportunities at 2-0, but that third leg proved really crucial in the end. Nothing really to separate, round about the 90 average throughout, but the composure of Kelling gets him over the line. Big game coming up next. It's Richie Howson against Tommy Morris.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Hello again, my friends. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 9 games so far. Before the break, Jamie Kelling got the better of Dan Hand by 4 legs to 2. And following 3 rounds worth of play, it's Carl Wilkinson that holds all the cards and leads the way. 6 points to his name going into the penultimate round of fixtures for the day. Followed closely behind by Rohan Browers and Jamie Kelling because of that win. For the break, Richie Howson got his first success last time out against Rohan Browers, while Tommy Morris is the only player yet to pick up a win in this group. They go head-to-head in game number 10. And for Richie, it was a better performance last time. Look, he's still missing more darts at a double than he would like, but there was enough signs in his previous performance against Rohan to suggest that things might well be trending in the right direction again.
140.
Yes, average 88.06 in that game, which is a good sign for a player who's sort of searching for that first win. Even very, very, very early in this game, you can see he just looks a lot more relaxed right now, and that's a worrying thought really for Tommy Morris. The pace could be a bit of an issue for this man. We know that rat-a-tat style that he's had. He's just had one of those days, Tommy. It could have been also different.
When you say that, he should be used to playing against a little bit more sedate pace when you consider his practice partner, Scott Mitchell.
You need to stop being so hard on your co-commentators. That's why you're so unliked in the game.
They played many a game of dart against one another.
85. Tommy Nakar, 140.
Oh, let's look at 140 to get a break in this opening leg. Another one of them.
Definitely taking his time, Mott. I don't mind that play when your opponent's on 135.
97. Richie Carr 135.
He'll start the bullseye, will Richie? That looks an ideal mark if the treble 20 can go.
63.
So
Tony Carr
for the
43.
break, and a 5-visit leg to open things up. Well, the treble 3 leaves himself double 17. It's not the
9.
conventional way of taking out 43.
72.
It's a route that's not going to lead him to this first leg.
He might have been a wry smile there, but I think inside would be furious. Because that's a mistake. Will it be punished?
56.
If
Tony
he's
Carr
missing that double
34.
16, he's just going inside each time, isn't he?
Double 16.
Getting shown the first leg.
Morris
Tommy
moves a
Morris.
leg up, gets there eventually.
I mean, Tommy's
Second
looking
leg,
the
Tommy
best
to
he
the
can do
first.
now
Game
is
on.
4 points, but even his final games against Jamie Kelling, who's at times, for me, has looked the best player in this group.
60.
Carl Wilkinson just doing an extremely professional job right now. He does have that top average of the day. Good day for the Yorkshireman on the back
60.
of Tom Sykes winning Group A and Group B to come tonight, Henry.
Yeah, we'll see a man from Scarpa, one of Scarpa's best in Graham Usher.
43.
A bit of a hot spot at the minute. Him and Samuel Spivey doing some good things here.
I'd look out for the name of Oliver Mitchell.
140.
You can elaborate, and
Well, it's your point. I wouldn't want to interrupt you.
140.
why break a habit?
Right, Glenn, it's that time of the day. Are you ready for the Thursday Tungsten teaser?
81.
The production team go wild with excitement.
So, the World Match Play draw was made earlier on today. How many times
55.
in the history of the event has the number 1 seed won the tournament? How many times in the history of the World Match Play has the number 1 seed won the tournament?
97. Richard Carr
17.
140.
140 for Howson.
$60. Tommy Carr 106.
So Morris looking at 106 to move 2-0 to the good. Triple 18 leaves double 16. Well, Tommy Morris is really firing the ammo now. The gun beginning to fire on all cylinders.
Third leg Richie to throw
The
first.
106 is pinned and he opens up a 2-leg advantage.
Yeah, not good news for Richie Howson. That Tommy Morris is saving his explosive best against him.
100.
He'll have to use every little bit of experience that he has and nous around the board. Because we've talked so many times.
100.
That ferocity, that pace, that when he gets in front, he's usually good at seeing games out, but when you're still searching for that first 2 points, that negative thoughts will be in the mind.
83.
Was that close for 17 then?
You've been looking at my notes, haven't you?
Oh.
Yeah, 17 is the
100.
correct answer.
That's why, you know, when you bring the pundits in, you're striving and looking for the best. You know, I travelled 6 hours to be here.
Yeah, but that was only because Scott Mitchell wasn't available.
I have a good point.
100.
Incidentally, I'll give you a second tungsten teaser.
Do you want me to ruin this as well?
We'll do it in the next leg. I just thought the way you gave that answer away was just not cricket, Glenn.
140.
I said he'd have to use every little bit of experience. He's dictating the paces. Richie, dare I say, it
60.
was suiting
Richie
Tommy
Carr,
Modus so
78.
far. But as much as we're bemoaning the form of Richie Howson, he's still averaging just shy of 90. That was to
38.
reduce the deficit and get off the mark in this
144.
match.
Well, 144 for the double break. And this would sum up Richie Howson's day. If Morris finds double 12 for
James on the third
back-to-back
leg, Tommy
ton
Morris.
plus checkouts. And he really is feeling good now, is Tommy Morris. What has
Fourth
been a
leg, Tommy
slow
to
and
first.
stuttering
Game
start
on.
to the day, it's just suddenly burst into life.
This is a real major, substantial move here from Tommy Morris. And what a beautiful from Morris Major. From Morris Minor.
140.
Well, the Owl is not having a hoot today, is he?
39.
Well, Tommy Morris went from not being able to hit a barn door to producing his performance of the day so far. That 144.
59.
We talked about the fact that when they're really pacey play, it just looks so aesthetically pleasing as well. And you could see what it meant to him. And Richie being Richie, just holding his hands out as well.
140.
Great touch.
Well, Richie Howson is the ultimate sportsman. And as much as he'll be frustrated by what's happening today, anybody will do. He can still be appreciative of the efforts his opponents have put in. As he looks at 1-2-4 to get something back on the board, but he has got time on his
92.
side.
And it is on the throw of Tommy Morris as well. So small acorns and all that.
Well, comebacks have got to begin somewhere.
83.
Is this to delay the inevitable, or is this the beginning of something greater? But he has missed a lot of
24.
darts at a double today.
Toyota
Can Morris do it
133.
for a third time?
He can.
93. Richie Car 8.
Quite simply has to go. An area of the board he does enjoy. And that's the
He's on the
reason why
fourth leg,
Howson
Richie
back in this
Howson.
game. Break a throw.
Fifth leg, Richie
Back into the contest.
Game on.
And with the darts to bring it back to 3-2.
$100.
I think there's a big event in Portsmouth this weekend.
Yeah, sailing, isn't it? Or something like that. Something to do with boats.
140.
Any chance you can get on one
140.
and sail away?
$60.
Why do you have to be so horrible?
Say that again?
100.
Horrible.
$41. Richie Car 161.
This match has taken a real change. Richie Howson, I said he'd have to use every bit of experience, every bit of nous of fighting
95.
back from here, because Tommy Morris is the type of player when he's 3-0 up, he usually sees out a game. I have a sense that Tommy's already
44.
thinking
Richie
about the
Carr,
next leg where
66.
he will have the darts. But Richie Howson on route 66, 41 points left for double 16. And just to go one away
34.
from Tommy.
Has got time on his side. But how much pressure could Tommy apply? You can just
100.
begin to
Richard
get the
Carr,
sense that
52.
he's getting a little bit frustrated. He knows he should be off the hockey, he should be back in the practice room, but he may be forced to serve it out again. If Howson can find double 16,
James
which he
on the
does
fifth
last
leg,
start
Richie
in hand,
Howson.
back to 3-2. That is a forlorn look
Six
on
leg,
his
Tommy to
face.
throw first. Game on.
I think he's just double checking it's his darts. He knows that how important these three are. Not the start you want though.
41.
Now this match has turned it upside down. Not a chance of Richie Howson winning this game. You felt a 3-0 down. Looked pretty forlorn figure
100.
against the quick fire Tommy Gunn, rifling in double trebles for fun.
Whereas Diana Ross would say,
45.
upside down, you're turning me. And that is exactly what is happening in this particular contest.
He's such a quirky player as well, Richie, when you stood behind him and you're seeing
140.
those understacking darts. But when they're just being pummeled into that treble 20, dare I say, has he gone favourite for this
26.
match?
Well, it looks like these two are seesawing in different directions now.
think the statistics tell that as well. Because Tommy Morris's average has gone from round about the 90 average mark down to 81. He's floundering.
However, some may argue as well that Tommy Morris had to win a couple of legs by taking out tub plus checkouts as well. So in terms of the scoring phase of this game, Richie Howson has had the better measure of his opponent.
134.
Just no reaction whatsoever on the 170. The focus was on the 134 setup. Just a reminder, Richie Howson would have the darts in the last leg. Are we going the distance?
Decides to split. And just
28.
nudges inside on the double eight.
152.
But look what double he has left. I think as an opponent, you think he will be checking out on that. And Tommy Morris, two frustrated darts at the end. But two absolute beauties. This to stay in the contest. It's been good to him today. And it continues as well. From 3-0 down, Richie Howson has pulled this match back. And the double bubble.
First. Game on.
He has the darts in the decider. This could be so important in relation to qualification come Saturday night.
Well, it could keep Richie Howson in play and it could knock Tommy Morris out of the equation. Remember, Howson was 3-0 down in this game. And Tommy Morris was playing well to open up the 3-0 lead. This game has completely turned on its head.
$91.
Yeah, Richie Howson started the day with a 4-2 defeat to Carl Wilkinson. Then a hard-fought victory over Rohan Browers. We felt that the pace had been sucked out of that game.
$135.
Well, leads himself on a 2-darter after 9. Potential 11-darter and a last leg decider. Having
91.
trailed this game by 3 legs to
95.
0. One thing that Richie Howson says he never does is give up. And this game typifies that attitude.
79.
And when he returns, he is going to have 3 darts in his hand, a double eight.
What's the chances of him checking out a double 4? 55. That's been his saviour today.
16.
But this to move to 4 points. He was favourite at the beginning of play. From 3-0 down, it is double 4.
8. Tommy
Morris gets one final go. One final chance. And he's unable to take out the 155. So Howson sat fair, turning a 3-0 deficit into a 4-3 win.
This time it's Richie Howson just taking his time, his composure. You can see what Tommy Morris thought about it. That's the comeback of all comebacks. The Owl was 3-0 down in that match. And Tommy Morris looks pretty forlorn as it goes. The towel goes back on the head. But this time it's more relief for Richie Howson. He's back in the contest. A hard-fought 4-3 victory as we move on to the next game. It's Dan Hans against Rohan Browers.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Howson got the better of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 3. And in fact, 4-3 has kind of been a bit of a common scoreline today. We thought it'd be a very tight Group C, and it's turned out to be the case. And actually, our next meeting between Rohan Brouwers and Dan Hand has had its fair smattering of 4-3 scorelines, because in the 3 meetings between the pair, 2 of them have gone 4-3, and one of them has gone 4-2. But it is Dan Hands that is 3-0 up in that particular head-to-head, having won all of those matches in at least 6 legs. So expect this to follow the trend of the day and go very, very tight.
119.
What's a smattering? I've heard a splattering.
Have you never heard of smattering? Genuinely never heard of that word.
123.
Smattering is basically...
96.
Basically, smattering is like a lot of bits kind of like put together. It's a turn of phrase that us commentators,
okay, Henry, okay,
particularly working on football, like to use.
Okay.
Like a smattering of quality.
It's darts, not football.
57.
Yeah, but I'm just using the word to kind of like explain the situation. So there's been a smattering of a lot of games that have gone very deep, which is why I use the word smattering.
58.
Anyway, a bit too much behind the point. Both of these players, well, it's been a bit up and down so far in this first leg.
59.
I had a feeling that Rohan was going to really struggle
47.
today on the back
Daniel
of 60 feet on that Group A
170.
campaign, but been far from that.
130.
Just to let you know, from the big fish, he decided on the small fish. And no scraps at all for Brouwers.
140. Down to 40.
Well, he's left himself on a double,
Each of the
but
first leg, Dan Hands.
Dan on hand to take the opening leg.
Yeah, just once
Second
again,
leg, Rohan
just
to
super
third
rhythm.
first. Game on.
16 dart, hold a throw. Funny all day for Dan Hands, hasn't it? I think if he doesn't qualify from this Group C campaign, I think he'll look at this afternoon session of what could have been.
I think it's a real head scratch, and I don't think he's the only player who's probably put in a position where he's
85.
wondering how he's got the return for how he's playing. I think Jamie Kelling will probably feel rather similar about his return.
I think he'll be happy with the situation, 4 from 6. And
100.
It's been just so up and down, and he goes back to that opening game of the day against Rohan. So I think he'll be fairly pleased. And Wilkinson,
45.
like the cat with the cream.
3 from 3, and he will take on JK in game 12 of the session after this.
45.
5 more games to go in this session. Plenty more darts. We're going to be with you probably for the next
58.
hour and a half, couple of hours tops here on Pluto TV. So do stay tuned for your tea time tungsten offering.
44.
And there's plenty coming up once we're done as well. Just because the live darts finishes doesn't mean that our transmission
45.
finishes here on Pluto TV. Plenty of programs coming up once we're done here. In fact, once we do finish, we'll have
100.
A tungsten talk with James Wilson.
100.
And a special chat with former
72.
Super Series champions, as well as the Bullseye Challenge. But double 12 was a challenge for Rohan Browers, and a challenge he was up to the task of. One apiece.
Third leg down to do first. Game on.
As Henry stated at the beginning of this game, been real tight affairs between the pair of them. And once again, that feast or famine that we're talking about with Dan Hands, at times he's looked incredible. Browers just getting on with it. He's been outscored, Henry, in the majority of the games. Found ways to win early doors, but still looks like a player to me who's got the world against him, and I think that's something I'd like to see, a little bounce in his step.
I just think both players had very challenging weeks, and they played some decent stuff, but they've come up against opposition that have just had that little bit more, and I think it's difficult to then readdress the mindset.
But a win here for Rohan, he goes joint top. If that doesn't lift you, then I'm scratching my head for you.
I really needs a big score just to stay in touch in this leg.
$100.
Ton for Dan. Leaves himself on 104.
59. Daniel Carr, 104.
Going with throw at the moment. A dominant display by the pair of them on their own throw. And it's looking like Dan Hands is keeping that trend continuing. That's a stunning, sublime 104. He leads 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg round to through first.
Well, Dan is definitely a handy man when it comes to big finishes. He's had a 170, a 160, the 104 now added to the mix. And he leads this contest 2-1. Remember, all of the meetings between the pair this week have gone at least 6 legs. For Hands, looking to make a move.
Yeah, there's a real player in there. I think it's bursting to come out when you've got that firepower. That's your foundation to succeed.
60.
Far from the finished article. But I like an awful lot what I see. And I think he fancied a little bit of magic there.
95.
Well, he's had a 170, a 160, a 9 darter probably would have capped off what's been a good debut week of. I think whatever happens from here on in, I think
58.
we will see more Dan Hands in this building.
Hands down.
40.
Working with Chris Murphy tonight. Hands up.
Shall I get out of here?
60.
Take the hint.
Right. Bye, everyone.
One player who could be out of here right now is Dan Hands, because he's finding that treble
140.
ridiculously easy. This is a real considerable move here from Dan Hands, averaging in excess of 92.5 right now.
47.
2 out of 2 on the doubles. Not often we've said that about Dan this week. Hope I haven't ruined it, Dan. Beautiful. So nice to watch. 3-1 in rapid time. Literally only 6 minutes played in this game. You can see what Rohan Browers, who started the day with 2 wins out of 2. Things just going a little bit pear-shaped right now, with Hands putting himself in the mix. There's a gaggle of players sat on 4 points right now. The one player who's shining brightly is Carl Wilkinson. He's up next in a real potential beauty against Jamie Kelling.
Well, Dan looking to put all hands on deck.
58.
Wins this one, 4 points, and it is all to play for.
81.
Is it 2 180s in this game, Dan? And it's this type of moment. Yeah, wow, he says. After that first dart, he wanted them all, but 2 ain't bad. 60 ahead. Browers needs trebles. And he needs them quickly.
100.
Big dart.
Well, it forces the setup turn to be decent, and that slip into the 5 isn't going to help him. And all of a sudden, this leg could have a bit of a different complexion about it.
45.
Yeah, missed opportunity for Dan. That's sort of been a regular theme we've mentioned today. He's got to learn to kill matches off.
100.
I've been really impressed. It's almost like he's playing on the counter-attack, if it was a football analogy, as Browers. He's been dominated for
45.
For play.
Roll on to a car, 86.
It's almost as he got the long ball. Can it be a smash and grab?
26.
Well, Dan Hans looking to get the job done here. He's not going to find the 136, and so maybe Rohan Browers is going to complete another Nottingham Forest-esque counter-attack job. Looking to be the Chris Wood of darts, given one opportunity to take.
40.
Doesn't take it. The doubles have been superb for Dan Hans in this game. There've been tight affairs between them all week. But Dan Hans wins this one with real comfort. He wins by 4 legs to 1. A super game. Dan Hans is very, very impressive player when he gets himself going. Rohan Brown, who started the day very, very well with 2 wins out, so he's just hit the skids a little bit. But Dan Hans, and the catalyst for that success was his doubling. If he can put it all together, there's a real player there. Big game next. Carl Wilkinson, Jamie Kelling.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our next game is a meeting between Carl Wilkinson and Jamie Kelling. It's the Sword and JK jousting it out on the live lounge day. For the break, Dan Hans got the better of Rohan Browers by 4 legs to 1. This game 12, 4 more matches to go this afternoon in this Group C. For Jamie, a win in this one will put him on to 6 points, level with Carl Wilkinson, who can actually, with a victory in this one, move himself 4 points clear at the top of the table over 4 other players going into the final round's worth of play on this Thursday afternoon.
100.
And Carl, I suppose so far today, Glenn, has made a very good job of just being really efficient in his games.
Absolutely. You asked me the question who I felt was value, and at 9 to 1, he was the player that stood out for me. He's a terrific player, and I'm not one for sitting on the fence. I think if he wins this game, he qualifies for tomorrow, because he has Rohan in his last game, and Rohan's just on now the back of 2 defeats. And Carl Wilkinson would then play Rohan first game tomorrow.
60.
You know, in a blink of an eye, he could be sat on 12 points. I think this is a huge game for Carl Wilkinson. He probably would have took 8 points tomorrow, going into tomorrow. But I think the position he's in right now, he's done a lot of the damage.
100.
He looked very assured, very professional, and looking very good. But we're both big fans of this man in your picture.
140.
He's one of the people, Jamie Kelling, once you meet, it's impossibly hard not to like the man.
We'll have to get the best of 3.
137. Jamie Kelling.
Of people you've met in the next leg. What a finish that would have been. And it's a type of finish that you may need if you're going to be Carl Wilkinson today.
84.
Which way does he go? It could be a bullseye finish. He'll go at the 14s. How aggressive? Very aggressive, but it's bullseye.
59. Jamie Kelling 32.
He doesn't get, but can Kelling deliver the double 16? This would be for an opening leg break.
Getting shot on the first leg, Jamie Kelling.
Kelling moves one up. That a 14 dart breaker throw.
If you're Dan Hans, if you're Richie Howson, if you're Browers, are you wanting a Kelling victory here, or do you want Wilkinson to run away?
Let him run away with it, because then you've got somebody that you can almost have to bat for you in the other games. Let him run clear, focus on second place.
So who's been your 3 favourite players on that stage?
Nicest people or favourite people?
140.
Because in the last leg you said nicest.
Just trying to create conversation with you, Henry. It's very difficult to do.
So what do you prefer, nicest or favourite?
We'll go with nicest.
83.
Well, in the terms of nicest, there's only one person.
Just 3 names will be, you know, you don't have to.
100.
Put it this way.
Just 3 names, Henry. We can then get back to the darts.
Mike Giddett has to be top of any conversation about nicest people. There's no way he can't be, as Kelling piles in a maximum.
Yeah, good last start there from Carl Wilkinson, but Kelling, I mean, the numbers are demonstrating that this is the game of the day. A lot of importance to this game. He's going to leave himself pretty. He said in the previous leg that Kelling might need to hit a 161 to beat Carl Wilkinson. Well, the way Kelling's playing right now, I could say the same about Wilkinson.
42.
Yes, for a super start.
For 2 love, double top. Back-to-back 14 darters for Jamie Kelling. 107.36 the average. 28 darts to open up a 2-0 lead.
First. Game on.
And in the in-play table, a clear second place. Jamie Kelling's last game was
98.
the penultimate game of the day against Tommy Morris. You know, you would normally say you're playing the bottom of the table, Tommy Morris, but he's the type of player who could just produce some absolute magic on that Rocky.
60.
So Mike Gill at number 1.
In terms of nicest people, yes.
39.
The other two's really tough. And nicest and favourite are 2 different things as well.
55.
Without getting too soppy about the subject, Glenn. Without getting soppy at all about the subject.
100.
Jared Cole. And there's reasons for that. There are reasons for that. Not because he's in my ear right now. Not because he's in my ear right now, but genuinely, when I started
46.
off doing this whole darts commentary,
just the name
thingy,
is fine. Big game here. Kelling was taking control of
60.
This match, but it's Carl Wilkinson who's looking good in this leg. A leg he has to win. Yeah, that'll frustrate him going low.
58.
Wilkinson 6 and 204 to get a leg back on the board.
84.
Leave Shanghai. How do you fancy a maximum? There's your answer.
13.
All the time one could want to get himself on the board in this contest, but he may only need 3 darts on the 120. Tops. And he's got a beautiful guide.
100.
And it just drifts underneath the bar.
His reaction tells me that he thought that was in. It's almost like you're waiting for the referee to shout game shot. Kelling,
99.
Absolutely nowhere in this leg.
20.
Double 10.
Getting shot
Back
a third
to
leg, Carl
2-1.
Wilkinson.
And so Kelling
Forward
has a little
Jamie
bit
is
of food
first.
for
Game
thought
on.
all of a sudden.
So just a reminder, Jamie Kelling can move to 6 points and join Carl Wilkinson at the top.
85.
For Carl Wilkinson, you have to feel it's almost match point for the perfect day because his final game is against Rohan Browers.
99.
Who's had a difficult week. Beautiful start to the day. But things just seem to be going a little bit pear-shaped there.
60.
Anyway, who's your 3 nicest people in darts?
In darts?
In darts.
100.
Good question, don't know.
You've done me up like a kipper.
55.
This is for a break, a throw for Carl Wilkinson, getting himself back into this match. Good dart.
98.
He'll feel like that might just be enough. Jamie has taken his average from circa 105 in this match to now low 80s. He
60.
needs to find something, Jamie Kelling. This game's getting away from him.
Getting away from him quickly, but this is how quickly Carl Wilkinson can snap the fingers and snap into gear.
68.
It's been quite deceptive with Carl. Like I said, we've used the term assured, professional. He knows there's a huge game within Carl
60.
as well.
Carl 136.
He's doing the kind of job that when he walked into the Modus Super Series Live Lounge this morning, that'll have been the target.
100.
And that last start was bang on the target, looking good for 2-2.
Well, he's playing the type of darts which have been consistent without having to really go through the extremities.
42. Carl 36. Getting shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg, Carl Wilkinson.
A game of 2 halves. Jamie
Fifth
Kelling
leg, Carl
out the
through
traps very,
first.
very quickly. But the leader of Group C and has
Game on.
been for a long time now. Is going absolutely nowhere and has the darts.
Well, since going 2-0 up, Jamie Kelling's had a bit of a stinker. But Wilkinson perhaps sniffing out an opportunity here.
100. $60.
A squeak of a 9-darter, but not to be. Don't think he cares about anything like that.
91.
He realises 4 wins out of 4. Just need to be careful on 261. It's not the right second dart, that, for Carl. An experienced player we've used. If you're going to leave the treble 20 bed on 261, 17 should be your second dart. He's protecting his lead, but it could have been better. Nothing to separate him right now, but you feel like the momentum is with this man in your picture. Can Kelling find anything? Or can Wilkinson see out this game? His first wobble for a while.
Well, Kelling's being backed into a bit of a corner here, isn't he? But that little bit of a slip means that the door's just opened somewhat for JK.
134, Carl 157.
Broken it down. And he is on the cusp of a break here. 76 required to move 3-2 up and then have the darts to win it in the next. If he does get it done in 2 darts, it'd be
94.
3 legs 1, all
76.
in 14 darts.
Yeah, I like that play with the last dart. Just not executing. That's an awkward 63 finish if he's back, as Kelling has a dart at tops. It's been all Wilkinson for a while. But Jamie Kelling shows all the fighting qualities that you need to qualify from this Group C. That was a big dart and a double. This match has gone from one player to the next. It's flipped from one to t'other. That was my Yorkshire accent.
Please stop doing accents. No one wants it, Glenn. No one wants to hear an accent in this commentary box. Let's move on. Kelling 3-2 up. And with the darts to win this contest. And after a little bit of a wobble, he's just got himself back together as the man in yellow.
Yeah, big 3 darts coming here for Jamie. So hard to get to 180 in this game. He is a terrific scorer at his best, but this is not ideal, but that's a super last one. As we come to the conclusion, Henry, how are you seeing this Group C?
I think a lot of it depends on what happens as a result of this game. Carl Wilkinson wins it. I think he's got an element of control. Jamie Kelling wins this one when it really is open for interpretation, because he could finish on 8 points, Wilkinson could finish on 8 points, and that mean there'd be a bit of a gap between them two and the rest of the group, which would mean that basically they just have similar days tomorrow and they will be in position. But if Carl wins this game, then you get the sense that he would be all but with 1 foot into Saturday's final, and everybody else would be scamping around for second position. But Kelling here in a good position to get this one wrapped up.
I think good position was a bit of an understatement there, because all he's done is open the door there for 85. Carl. He'd be frustrated after that beautiful first dart. But Kelling, he has options at 125. He's got at least 6 darts, remember. But he's gone the standard route for treble 20.
105.
Yeah, classy visit. Leads himself double 10 to wrap it up. Wilkinson really with a Hail Mary effort. Is it dead cat or is it something more? We're about to find out. Kelling double 10 for the win.
Well, his doubles early door let him down. He knows the importance of these darts. Only needs the one. That is a super win in a match we labelled the top of the table clash. That was a big opportunity for Carl Wilkinson. You can see his frustration, but it's nothing but delight for Jamie Kelling, who had a ropey start to the day, but he's pinged 3 wins on the spin. He's put himself in a great position now. Really good game, that one. 2 players have to take the opportunity. It's Hans versus Howson up next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 12 games on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, Jamie Kelling inflicted a first defeat upon Carl Wilkinson, which means that them two are tied on 6 points at the top of the group. We can have a look at said group league table now for you, my friends, because as you can see, Wilkinson and Kelling both on 6. And then you got Dan Hans, Richie Howson and Rohan Browers on 4 points. And perhaps the big surprise is Tommy Morris is the only player yet to get off the mark so far today. He's going to have to wait till game 14 to see whether he can do that. But before we see him against Jamie Kelling, we've got a meeting between two players who were graduates of Group A as Dan Hans takes on Richie Howson. The winner of this one will finish with 6 points on the board. Will put themselves at least in the mix going into Friday's play. For both players, it's been, well, as the points total suggests, it's been very up and down. Richie lost his first game to Carl Wilkinson 4-2. Missed a lot of darts at double today. But in terms actually of the numbers that he's punched in, you look at it game in, game out, he's actually been the most consistent player of the day. 87, 85, 88, 87 have been his averages. He's playing really steady stuff. But he's being let down when it comes to the back end of legs today.
Yeah, no such problem on Monday when he was sparkling form against Richie Howson, averaging over 101.90 in that game. He was super. There's a real player there, Henry. The doubles is something he's going to have to learn, whether that's his practice routines, whether how he's preparing. But I think there's been some cracking games between the pair of them. I see Dan averaged 96 yesterday against Richie, and it wasn't enough. So clearly there's something about when they play up there that they're bringing the best out of each other. But I sense this is a good opportunity for Howson to make a move. I mean, the pair of them are sat on 4 points. This is a huge game, but how many times are we going to be saying that over the next day and a bit?
I get the sense of Richie Howson. He'll probably feel that there's an air of knockout from this point onwards. He probably thinks next time he slips up, it could be the fatal slip up, which I think for someone like Richie may actually bring out the best in him. I think he's one of those players that plays his best when there's an element of jeopardy on the line, and that is exactly what he is going to have from this point onwards.
Yeah, the fact Tommy Morris is on 0 means it's just crunching up that group just a little bit. So there's also that to just add into the mix. But you just sense this is going to be a really good game. It's been a beautiful start from the pair of them. Another treble 20 would be nice. That would leave Double
Daniel
18.
Carr, 104.
And do you know what? As bad as his doubles have been today, I fancy this.
72. Richie
Well, you
Carr,
guessed
76.
wrong, Glenn. Very, very wrong. Anyway, I think Howson takes out this 76.
$68. Daniel Carr,
You're
32.
wrong, Henry.
Now 2 8s for Hands. Clipped off the
Game
barrel
shot, first
into the
leg,
bed.
down Hands.
And 1-0 it is to the tap man.
Second leg, Richie to through first. Game on.
Yeah, sometimes you can throw a dart and you think, I don't believe it. 3 missed darts an opportunity. It kisses off the second dart and goes in. Maybe just that little bit of luck that
100.
Dan hit needed. Well, that double A, you could hear it brush that second dart. But he's majestic on that treble 20.
100.
And just good rhythm, good to look at. He's been a new name here at the Modus Super Series, and I've enjoyed it from first to last. And as I mentioned, the last game, so much more to come from him as well.
100.
Far from the finished article, but
So when you get the sense it's going to progress over a period
85.
of time, one of those players that would, over a few visits here at the Super Series, you probably would see improve. I like to call players like Dan project players that we see from this starting base, and then we look forward to seeing how they progress over a number of appearances here.
well, Howson
60.
progressing
Richard
nicely in this leg.
Carlton,
His
21.
second 180 of the game. Averaging over 109 at the moment. It doesn't need to go treble 17. We've seen him use that tactic today.
97.
And that last start makes him a heavy favourite to go 1-1.
2 12s required after 12 darts.
100. Richie Carr, 24.
So this full-level match. Richie Howson right now averaging, I know it's only a couple of legs in, but just under
Each of the
108.
second leg,
Just
Richie Howson.
demonstrative of the way he's got out the gate in this one. Level at 1 apiece. Now,
Third leg, Dan to through first.
Dan
Game
Hands
on.
making an impression, but there's been a lot of people that have made impressions this year. In fact, in 2025,
85.
we've used as many players at this stage of the year than perhaps we ever have done. Prior to this week getting underway, we had used 168 different players in Modus Super Series weeks. That doesn't count
83.
international pairs, where you could probably bring that in excess of 170, close to the 175 mark.
60.
Just goes to show, Glenn, how much strength there is in depth.
Yes, they keep begging me to come back, but
92.
I'll have to get the terms and conditions right.
When they say begging for you to come back, it's the other 5 players in the group that are
80.
begging for you to come back.
There's only 4 in a group B. Get your facts right.
You wouldn't get invited to a group B. Not after last time, anyway.
95.
So predictable, so boring.
Is that you playing or something else?
Can you read the stat out about the
60.
match play debutants, please, if you want to do something useful, as Richie Howson could have started on the 19s on 2-3-1, but he's gone aggressive on the treble 20. Looks awkward, that first start.
97.
I assumed he was going to go down to the 19s to leave the 1-3-2.
48. Richie Carr,
So 1-3-4 for
134.
Howson, and he's got 6 darts from here because Dan has left himself on a bogey.
$58.
Well, it looks inviting, that 76. How much pressure will be on it? Well, this could be an answer, as long as he doesn't hit the treble 16.
28. Richie Carr, 76.
How a leg can change so quickly. The type of finish that dart players love. But when your opponent's on tops, what
Gains on the
pressure.
third leg, Richie Howson.
Howson leads 2 legs to 1. Super finish.
Fourth leg, Richie to through
2
first.
and up, breaking
Game on.
hand. All is looking well in the house of Howson right now.
I've made a promise not to say that Richie Howson's going to win this week.
50.
Made a promise
Well,
to
you've
his
just said it now.
No, I didn't say he's going to win it. I said I've made a promise not to do it. I've done it too many times where he's fallen at the final hurdle at the senior, so I've promised I won't this time.
60.
Anyway, do you want that stat then, Glenn? As I know you want to. It'll make you feel good. It'll make you feel better about yourself.
It's not your favourite player, is it?
No, my favourite player would never ever get discussed until I retire from commentary.
140.
So I'll announce it next week, everybody. No. So, most successful World Match Play
44.
debutants. Dimitri van den Berg won on his debut in 2020. James Wade, Wonnie Baxter, and Wayne...
Wonnie Baxter!
59.
And Wayne Mardle made it to the final on their debut here. And then 5 other players have made the semi-finals on their debut. Jeffrey Desvan, Simon Whitlock, Andy Hamilton, Richie Burnett,
66.
and a certain Glenn Durrant.
Wonnie, Witchy, and Durant. It's like a match made in heaven, isn't it?
45.
The Wascals. People could cut this and say I'm bullying you, but after the attacks I've had all day, you can understand why everybody is. Richie Howson, 6 darts from 207. He's just quietly but effectively getting on with his job. He'll always dictate the pace with Will Richie when he plays Dan. But Dan has produced some of his best darts against Richie this week.
Well, perhaps ironic that Richie Howson, a very accomplished snooker player, has been left on 147. The crucible finish. But he couldn't find the reds.
Yes, we built him up there, didn't we?
45. Daniel Carr, 106.
And all of a sudden, with Howson taking total control of this match. Treble 17. That would have left the bullseye. Just again, just a little bit scruffy in the setup play
42.
there for Dan.
Richie Carr, 102.
Big chance for Howson. This for 3-1.
102. Options here, 82 left. We'll head across for the treble 14, which would have given him a dart at tops if 94. He found.
Daniel
Should he
Carr,
come back,
64.
guess where he's left? Double 4 again. But that's insignificant if Hans can find this 64. He's going to get a dart. And that dart is at double
24.
top.
Richie Carr, 8.
Well, when Richie Howson's needed 8 today, it's only meant one outcome. It's getting more important. It's an area the body absolutely loves, and today's been mustard on it. Cannot think of a dart Henry where he's missed on that double 4, and that goes into the mindset as well for Richie Howson. And you know, it's looking like he could be leaving the day on 6 points, and I think the kind of day that he's had, I think he'll take that.
100.
6 points, take it and run. The only problem he'd have is Wilkinson and Kelling have the opportunity to move on to 8, but he would worry about that when it comes to tomorrow's play.
140. 134. 100.
Just keep it in this leg.
59.
Big chance for Howson now. You heard the slap on the thigh there from Dan Hans. He realises that's an error, and it's going to be punished. One more treble.
131.
Sensible play. Richie Howson down to 130.
To complete a 4-1 victory, which would put him on to 6 points
60.
overnight on
Richie
the coattails
Carr,
of
130.
Messrs. Kelling and Wilkinson at the top of the group. Probably needs the one treble for a dart at the bullseye. Needs it with dart number 2. Gets it with dart number 2. Bullseye for the win.
105.
Not far away. Decent attempt.
148.
Yeah, great camera angle as well at the angle of that dart. This has to go. It's an excellent effort there from Dan Hans. You just sense
100.
some of his setup play.
Richie Carr, 25.
Certainly some of his finishing. And Richie Howson was the favourite before a dart was thrown today. He's played 5. And guess what is left?
17. Daniel Carr, 48.
Even without that going in, I was about to say that's 6 points on the board for Richie Howson. Just expected to go. Unexpected opportunity for Hans.
Stay of execution
16.
has not been
Richie
taken,
Carr,
and
8.
so that full-on look on his face is a giving indication that this game could be over, because Richie Howson has been superb on double 4 today. Then he flies it wide, looks at double two, cannot find a way through.
Manual car 32.
I'm sure they're trying to make us look fools, Henrik. Dan Hans, who was ready to get up the stage. Like many of us, he didn't expect Howson to miss.
Shot on the fifth leg,
He's back in this match. And Howson will not want to, we'll see what when he looks back in his 501 points again. And that can really hurt you sometimes when you've got that match-winning darts. Dan can see the funny side of it. And Howson is now spraying them about. We've
85.
seen some incredible comebacks today.
In fact, Richie Howson was
100.
involved in one of them, wasn't he? 3-0 down before winning 4-3.
$66.
I know you're not with us tonight, but what you're expecting from Group B, who are you expecting to get through?
I think the two Group A players will be through. I
100.
think Usher and Janssen, I think, will just have a little bit too much for the other three.
And of the three coming in, anyone you?
45.
I know one player is not going to say Carl Coleman if you're listening.
I just think on paper, I just
96.
going through numbers and stuff. I just get the sense that they're all pretty evenly matched. I'd say it's between Carl and Hogan. I'd say Coleman and Hogan. But you know what will happen now? Jason Heaver will win 4 out of 4 tonight.
Yeah, Heaver's an exceptional player. An exceptional setup player this time from Howson. Good game.
137.
But is this the end of it? Howson looking at 137. Dan Hans thinks it's the end of proceedings because Richie Howson looks at double 10.
117.
And that was the finish with a flourish.
65.
Well, hands were up from hands in the background there, which is not easy to say. Centre of the board. That's a beautiful dart for tops, and this to go the distance. And this for a breaker throw.
45.
Well, you said hands up,
20.
but it could be hands that's downed here because Howson looks at double 10 to complete a 4-2 win and to finish his day with 6 points. Up for double 5, in the double 5. It's a shake of the head, but Richie Howson will be thankful for the 6 points that he's accrued today. He puts himself in the mix, even if at times it's been hard work for him. As for Dan Hans, well, the frustration that you see there is probably indicative of the day that he's had. Howson, a 4-2 winner. Next up, Jamie Kelling takes on Tommy Morris. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Howson!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
It's Group C day here at the Modus Super Series, live on Pluto TV. And Richie Howson, who's had an up and down day, was the favourite before a dart was thrown today. But I think he'd be satisfied to overnight go away with 6 points. He'll come back tomorrow. I think it'd be really difficult to beat for Dan Hans in the previous game. We called this day Opportunity Knocks, and you sense it's almost like a missed opportunity for Dan. Certainly not the case for Jamie Kelling at the moment.
First like Jamie to throw first.
Visually,
game on.
Looked incredibly disappointed in the opening game of the day against Rohan Browers, but he has bounced back nicely since then with 3 wins on the spin. Against, incredibly
100.
to say, Tommy Morris, who's a fabulous, fantastic player, who's played 4 games and he's still on 0 points.
41.
Now his defence could be, he literally got the call this morning to play in the competition, so preparation was probably not ideal. A couple of games which he lost early
46.
doors by 4 legs to 3. Didn't really recover. It's damage limitation from here, and even if he runs through the next
100.
6 games today and tomorrow, but looking at the table, even that 12 points is probably not going to be enough. But Henry, I think he'll play that spoiler role because Tommy Morris
100.
can beat any player in this group.
Well, he woke up this morning feeling fine, but he didn't have Modus on his mind.
100.
And maybe he'll say he didn't play the way he should. But he'll be hoping that Friday he can turn into something good. Because today hasn't quite gone to plan for the gun.
140. Jim McGuire 115.
Something tells me I'm into something new. Treble 19. That would have left double 19 as well.
59.
I said it hasn't been Tommy Morris's day, but this is what he can do. Needs the treble, gets the treble. That's what he can do.
Well, that's his third top plus check out of the days at a 106 to 144. He can add the 120 now to the mix. And he could possibly mix up the top of the table. I mean, there is a possibility here that you could have 4 players tied on 6 points overnight, because if TM could win this game and RB wins the next against Carl Wilkinson, the top 4 players would all be on 6 points in the group, and it'd be an absolute free-for-all going into Friday's play.
Yeah, smile on the face there of Jamie Kelling. But I think it's almost a little bit, don't do this against me, Tommy. Because 8 points is definitely what Jamie Kelling wants from here. I think we've talked about the fact that Richie Howson goes away today with 6 points, fairly happy. It's been one of those days for him where he's got a foundation to build on. Whereas Kelling, if he leaves with 6, I think he'll feel like his bookend games have probably disappointed. He should have won that opening game. It could be looking at this match now, winning 5 out of 5, but 8 points he would take every day of the week.
It's been a better response from JK on the Morris throw in this leg.
123.
He's got 6 darts to square this game back up at 1 apiece from 204.
140. $100. Jamie Kelling, 64.
So 64 for JK to square this game back up at 1 apiece, to get the break back in this game. 2 darts in his hand, a double 8. Shovels across, but cannot
56.
manoeuvre away through.
Jamie Kelling,
You just have the sense it could be one of those games here. It's already checked out on 120. And double 18.
74. Jamie Kelling,
Fine margins.
So 2 4s for JK. A level game we have. A break apiece, 1 apiece.
Third leg Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I have to say, Henry, last week, every time someone went for double 10, it went in. It was almost like at one point we called double 10 the magnet. Today it has been about
60.
double 4. If a player has left that more often than enough, it's gone right in the centre. Good response from Kelling.
85.
Apart from Jared Cole, though, sort of, yeah, see, he almost
100.
bottled it in the final, didn't he?
Well, he didn't even get to the final, did he? So he couldn't.
99.
Build him up. He's a sensitive soul.
Beat Beau Gries, but then couldn't get a W against Reese Robinson.
100.
King of the castle, but he was decimated in the church.
95.
Yes, the disappointment was real when Beau Gries went out.
Yep, ruined the whole week, did Jared Cole. Thank you, Jared. The good news is, because he didn't qualify for Champions Week, we don't have to look for a spotter now.
45.
Perfect dart for Morris. Could use the bullseye on that last dart. If you're leaving yourself at least a minimum of 117 there to type a finish that the players 1-2-2 is tricky. There'll be a lot of pressure on the 1-2-2 now, because that's what Jamie Kelling does. He lost that opening leg to Tommy Morris on the 120 finish, but since then he's bounced back very nicely. What a big dart this is. It's bullseye.
89.
It's not there.
Jamie Kelling,
And so
16.
Kelling to put himself in front for the first time in this contest. He was broken in leg 1, but has 3 darts in his hand, a double 8 to move in front. He's had troubles with that dart, hasn't he? That second dart when he's come inside with dart 1, but double 4 comes up, trumps for him again, and he moves into a 2-1 advantage.
Game on.
2 legs 1, 2 darts on double 4.
60.
And all of a sudden, that beautiful start from Tommy Morris has been decimated by, I was about to say a brilliant Jamie Kelling, but after that dart, I'll come up with a different word.
41.
Would you like your second tungsten tease of the day, Glenn?
Go for it.
So we mentioned that 17 top seeds have won the World Match Play. Luke
100.
Humphries was one of them back in 2024. But who was the player before Luke Humphries? And what year did they win the World Match Play as the
100.
#1 seed prior to Luke?
$100. $45.
Van Gerwen 2018.
100.
Correct player, 1 year.
$100. Tommy Kelling, 41.
1 for 1 for Morris. Can't be done now.
83. $25. Tommy Kelling,
So 58 for Morris. For 2-2.
Being shown the fourth
Well,
leg,
this
Tommy
game
Morris.
is ebbing and a flowing, isn't it? 2 apiece.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you
Fifth
look up
leg,
the
Jamie
stats,
to
don't you? I was
first.
thinking that
Game
Jamie
on.
Kelling was sort of dominating, but the fact he was left on 215 there. Means that Tommy Morris is well ahead on the averages, but the only thing that matters is that 2 legs to 2.
Anyway, do you want to have a second guess on the year? Gary Anderson won the match play in 2018. 42. Beat Medsa Suljevic in probably the best final we ever seen.
What a final, yeah. I was there. What incredible.
Oh, you were there and you got it wrong.
Will you get to 54?
140.
A real tidy game, this one. Of course, it's more important for Jamie Kelling. Just a reminder, a win here for Jamie. 4 wins out of 5 after that disappointing opening loss in the opening game. He's such a talented
99.
player. Loves that hockey, loves that stage, loves this format. He really is delivering.
129. Jamie Kelling.
So Kelling looking at 164 to put himself 3-2 to the good in this contest. He's got 6 darts from this point to do exactly that, which is why he isn't going to chase around the bullseye. Sensible play, leads himself on a double after 12, and that double, upon its return, is double 16.
Yeah, one thing to take into consideration, a lot of the players like to go for the drinks table, but 95. Tommy is so quick, it's almost like you're back on the hockey straight away. But he looks composed, he looks calm, reacted well after that first leg loss. Good marker. Beautiful camera angle, just showed you the bed was still wide open. Kelling goes 1 away. This could be a really good day for the local man.
Well, both local men, both will be able to
100.
Put their heads on their own pillow this evening, which is a distinct advantage. As opposed to staying in hotels or B&Bs and homestays and stuff.
100.
Which one of your 7 houses are you sleeping at tonight, Henry?
45.
I just put the keys in a fishbowl and just pick one out.
$81.
I struggle for accommodation 59. This week. No offer from you, was there? He uses that guide, doesn't he? Right above the treble 20. Can he get the weight and balance correct with the last one? Very, very impressive, Henry.
Yeah, he's an impressive campaigner, is Jamie Kelling. And on the cusp of at least the worst case now being a tie for the lead at the top of the table.
100.
Yeah, 8 points.
60.
Yeah, he would take, especially after that first game as well. And nothing Morris.
60.
Poetic justice potentially here. It was Morris who took the 120 in an opener where Kelling was dominating. This is for the match. Needed the treble, gets the treble.
80. Tommy Carr, 100.
So Tommy Morris gets a stay of execution, but he's got to take out this ton. Tops. Well, that just wide. Tired 34. Dart at the end of what has been a long day for Tommy.
Yes, it was a late call-up, wasn't it, for Tommy? But it's looking like it's been a difficult day. Kelling has got better as the day goes on. And it's 4 wins out of 5 for Jamie Kelling. He's impressive from the start dart to the last in that game. It was a 120 in the opening leg for Tommy Morris, which give him hope. But Jamie stayed really professional through there. He'll feel good for qualification now. It's been a great day of darts. Carl Wilkinson's played his part. He's in the last game against Rohan Browers.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay 60. There. That's a good shot. Halves his score. leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie,
Time on his
require
side
$60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
No, Italian does nothing for me. No.
Right,
As far as I can see, Italians just cheese and tomato.
Kind of, sorry, I like Joe. I'm saying nothing. What we make?
I'm not an idiot sandwich, Nico!
You just see it going in.
Roll or a bat.
Let's start this. Steve, if I could just ask you to pick the leaves off this parsley.
I'm not told.
You definitely have been told. It was advertised 2 days ago.
Was it?
I'm joking on the risotto, mate. It's just, what's going on?
You have to show me then. Yeah, you can have nugget shops, man. I've seen nugget shops. There's thousands of different nuggets. I just walk past me. Cheers, that.
Do you reckon I can go and have a go at beans now?
Well, it's not quite Hell's Kitchen, but I can imagine working on a cooking show with Owen Binks is hell in a kitchen. Anyway, Oven to Oki is available on the Super Series YouTube channel. So why don't you drop that subscribe now, because there's plenty of content on there. You can watch daily highlights from all of the sessions here at the Super Series, tailor-made to your heart's contempt. Plenty of other great stuff available on there as well. But back to the action live here on Pluto TV. One more live game to bring you this afternoon. We'll have 10 more for you tonight from 10 p.m. And here on Pluto TV, we have all the big names commentating on all the big games. We've got world champions like Trina Gulliver and Scott Mitchell. We've got major winners like Paul Nicholson. And occasionally, Glenn Dummets with us because nobody else is available. Hello, Glenn.
No mention of Matthew Edgar there.
Yeah, but Matthew Edgar didn't. Did he win like the Morrison's Open Cup once?
Iceland.
Ah, Iceland, yes. How did he get on in the Asda Classic?
Ba-bum-bum.
Anyway, big game this for Carl Wilkinson. Win this one. He has 8 points overnight. He'd leapfrog Jamie Kelling, and he would be at the top of the table. Up against Rohan Bowers, whose day so far has been a day of two halves. Won his opening 2 games, was provisionally top of the group, lost his second 2. But if he can win this one, it would mean things would be very much congealed in this Group C table going into Friday's play.
Yeah, I suppose the neutral would like to see a Browers win here. Say 3 players on 6 points.
140.
I think my head says a Wilkinson win here. We talk about the fact that Howson goes away happy with 6 points and a foundation for tomorrow. Wilkinson would be feeling pretty desperate if he leaves just 6 points because it was looking good. Then he was going to win 5 wins out of 5, and Browers just demonstrating his qualities there.
41. Rowan Newcar,
well, Browers here looking at 121 to take the opening leg of this contest. If he gets onto 6 points overnight, I think he'll be thrilled with the day. And he would have been thrilled if he could have found the bullseye
80.
for that.
Calder 119.
So 19s. So treble 20, nice and simple now. But the execution far from simple.
59.
They've all looked pretty cool and calm and collected, but it is boiling down here in Portsmouth.
Not that we would know in our air-conditioned commentary box, Glenn, as Browers looks at tops. Double 10 doesn't
21.
go.
Calder 60.
For the opening leg, and a breaker throw as well.
Getting sure the first leg, Carl
sinks
Wilkinson.
that double 10, that's what it means to him. I do like a little fist pump there, and I think
second leg, Carl, through
the
first.
fixtures have felt nicely for Carl Wilkinson because, of course, tomorrow this will be our opening game, and Carl will be in a terrific position if it goes with form. If Carl does win the couple of games you'd expect him to do, because he is demonstrating incredible quality there. I think he's looked the most composed, and wasn't a million miles away. I still think the player of the day in the end turned out to be Jamie Kelling, who bounced back from that opening loss, but does set up a wonderful day tomorrow. But if Wilkinson wins this one, is it a 3-horse race, Henry?
I was going to ask you exactly the same question, because I just wonder, Dan and Rohan, probably a little bit too much to do. If they're going to get through with 4 points, I think they're going to have to complete the card. And even if they do that,
80.
Carl Wilkinson and Jamie Kelling, you'd still suspect would probably win 3 out of 5 on a bad day. That's still 16 points.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to your answer, actually,
43.
Henry. And I think Rohan Browse is 2 years away from me saying that I think he can go through the card tomorrow. I'm sure he's on the upward trajectory. I'm sure if he looks back and he uses that analogy of Marvin van Velzen, I'd like to see a bit more passion and desire on the hockey. And I think with Dan
96.
Hans, I think he's missed an opportunity today. I think he'll look back and he could have won all his games.
Well, Barrows isn't going to take the 1-4-1. Wilkinson will return for a 2-0 lead. You have to say, despite Rohan playing well in this contest, Wilkinson just looks really calm, composed, relaxed about things. He's not somebody that gets bogged down by things, does he?
He does, but you're absolutely right.
99.
This is the best performance I've seen today
54.
from Browers. He should be level at 1-1. He did miss 3 darts at a double.
Game shot on the
That's a
second
cracking
leg.
last dart because we were starting to look at how many missed darts he's had at a double. Maybe I was writing the script before Browers had something to say about it.
Game on.
One apiece in this final game of this afternoon session. As I say, 10 more matches tonight. And Glenn, do you want the good news?
Please do.
I'm not
100.
here.
Not about you, Henry.
Christopher Murphy
60.
will be in the commentary box tonight from 10.
I understand you. It's a box set for you tonight. The Craze. Wonny and Wedgie.
140.
It's not very nice, is it? Be nice. Be kind.
60.
Anyway, Glenn, you asked me what you think's going to happen in Group B. I'm going to ask you what you think's going to happen in Group B.
Very similar to last week. Commentating on Jamie Durrant last week. I mean, my heart, of course, is with
100.
Carl Coleman, Teesside lad. Just he's almost family to me as far as I'm concerned. So I've got to have that on there. But I think there's 4 terrific players after that.
161.
It's not all about you, Glenn.
I know you took out. Do you want me to answer your question? As Browers has really dominated the scoring in this game, by the way.
65.
So I think it's an interesting start. Carl plays 2 of the first 3 games. I like the look. I'm going to disagree with you. I like the look of Jason Heaver. I know you've pretty written off his chances
42.
there and said he won't qualify.
Go on to a car 96.
But I think you're wrong. I'll be telling Jason when I see him what you've done.
I never write a player off. I just get the sense here that
56.
I just think it's going to be. I think it's going to be difficult for the 3 players coming into this group.
Tell you what, it's getting difficult here. Carl Wilkinson. This is 59. Not going to plan.
Going to a car 40.
He said cool, calm and collected Wilkinson today, and he's showing signs there. Things aren't going his way. Plenty of time on the side of Browers here.
Getting shown the 3rd leg, Rohan Brewers.
Interesting. And when you just look at that in-play table right
4th
now,
leg
it's
Carl
interesting reading.
Game on.
Yeah, Browers wins this. It'll be 8 points for Kelling, 6 points for 3 other players. And Dan Hands is not out of it on 4 points.
100.
Won't be out of it at all. Well, this is how the in-play table
60.
looks. We can take a look at it now for you. Jamie Kelling, 8 points plus 4 in ways of legs difference. 18 legs won today for him. For Carl
99.
Wilkinson, 6 points plus 5. Howson, 6 points plus 1. This is as things stand right now, where Browers would be on 6 points.
76.
A level par legs difference. And then you can look down the bottom. Dan Hands, 4 points minus 2. And we don't really need to see Tommy Morris's position. About a point
99.
to his name.
Yeah, work to be done here for Carl Wilkinson, but I always find with Group B and Group C, it's great to look at that in-play table because it's almost like you get the sense where you're saying important game coming up. And I think that's what tomorrow's going to be. I think the fact that Tommy has ended up on 0 points means we've got a very exciting 2 from 5 tomorrow. But I think me and you'll be surprised if Kelling doesn't see out the job tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if Kelling doesn't hang on. I just think the guy's quality.
60.
I will say,
118.
I will say that his first game tomorrow is against Tommy Morris, who's going to come back tomorrow super determined. His second game is Carl Wilkinson.
74.
Yeah, Tommy's going to upset someone tomorrow. Make no mistake about that. His chance of qualifying probably aren't there, but he could stop somebody else from. Make no mistake of that.
91.
So this for 2-2.
44.
Which double is it going to be? He's back to double 16.
Getting shown the 4th
Superb
leg,
last
Carl
start in double
Wilkinson.
A because part of me was thinking Tops has been good to him today.
5th leg, Rohan to through
The
first.
star
Game
players
on.
are very stubborn when you see a number. That's what you attack. 2-2.
Desmond here at the Live Lounge.
96.
Well, the day started with a 4-2 win for Rohan against Jamie Kelling. The only defeat that Jamie suffered today.
83.
It was a funny old game, and it's been a funny old day. A lot of 4-3s early doors. These last 4 or 5 games have been more one-sided. And if truth be told,
59.
I thought this one was going to be one-sided for this man approaching the hockey now. But Browers has played really nice. Once again, that mid-80 averages is what this Group C's been all about.
58.
Well, as Sir Roderick of Stud would say, any outcome is possible no matter how unlikely it may seem. Dr. Davant.
He certainly does.
60. $59.
So out of everything about tonight, what are you looking forward to the most?
Oh, working with Chris Murphy. I mean, I won't lie, it's difficult working with you, carrying you and mentoring you and just trying to give him my very best of my knowledge of being up there in the hockey.
140. Rowan 152.
He's going nowhere's Browers, however, he'll be disappointed with that first dart. Can he find a treble?
82.
He certainly can. This is going down to the wire, and you can see the reaction there from Carl Wilkinson as the treble 19 goes in. He knows he's in a match here that I don't think he anticipated.
81. Rowan Newcar,
yeah, this
70.
is getting rather twitchy for Wilkie. He could find himself against the hill, but Rohan has missed a big number, may have missed a big opportunity as a consequence.
Well, he didn't stay straight. Wilkinson does. That's a finish and a half. Wilkinson leads 3 legs to 2.
Gave that board a good old look there, and you can see in the reaction there, he is not happy one bit in terms of his performance. The only thing he will be happy about is the scoreline.
I think he was looking at it with sheer relief, and I think he was delighted with that finish there and thinking, now I'm in the position to see out this game.
140.
She has the darts to do so, and that 140 start piles it upon Rohan.
60.
It's been a fine performance from Rohan in this one, but all of a sudden, there's only one man on the attack right now.
98.
And you sense Wilkinson knows that. Quite simply, Rohan needs a maximum. It ain't happening when he needs it most. Needs to find another one.
83.
Well, the ball is now firmly in the court of Carl Wilkinson. 6 darts from 2-6-3 away from a 4-2 victory, which would mean that overnight
88.
he would be top of the table and with 8 points to his name. He would join Jamie Kelling on that particular mark, and it looked like it'll be them two against the rest of the field when it comes to Friday's
41.
action here in the Live Lounge.
It could be a great week for Yorkshire. Already Tom Sykes is through. We're going to see
59.
Graham Usher tonight. The Yorkshire captain himself is putting himself in a terrific position here. And he could have a substantial amount of darts in this 116. I want to put it away now. But this to join Kelling on 8.
He's going to get a dart. Well, he should have had a dart, but he's missed a big number.
84.
But he's going to square up and return for double 16.
Yeah, I think Browers has demonstrated quality today in different ways. He's had some funny old games.
60.
But you sense that's his final 3 darts of this first day of the Group C campaign.
So Carl Wilkinson, double 16 to complete a 4-2 victory and to make it 4 wins out of 5. At times he had to use all of his Yorkshire grit and determination to pick those points up, and there is the shuffle. I think he'll not just be dancing with delight, but dancing with delight. And what you can't see is Glenn Durham shuffling around with him in the commentary box. And we'll be having a chitter-chatter with Carl on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the day's action in Group C has come to a close. Before the break, we saw Carl Wilkinson get the better of Rohan Brouwers by 4 legs to 2. It means that both him and Jamie Kelling are at the top of the table at 8 points. That was after Kelling's 4-2 win against Tommy Morris. We can have a look at the table now for you. Wilkinson and Kelling both at the top, 8 points their name. It's still tight in behind. Richie Howson's on 6. Dan Hans and Rohan Brouwers. They're going to need a big day tomorrow if they're going to qualify through. Whilst Tommy Morris came in last minute for Anthony Allen, who had to withdraw from proceedings, and he is without a point following the first day's play. As I say, Carl Wilkinson won 4 out of his 5 games, and he joins myself and Glenn Durrant here in the studio to assess what has happened as far as his day is concerned. Carl, many congratulations. It felt like today was a mixture of some decent stuff, and at times when you had to kind of digging in.
Yeah, without a doubt. I don't think I've shown anywhere near what I can do, but sometimes it's all about grinding out the win, and that's all that matters. Averages, they can go by the wayside for me. Just get the W. And particularly in a group like that, because it did feel very nip and tuck at times. A lot of the games went very tight, 4-2, 4-3. Did it feel like the type of day where, when it comes to the big moments, that's where you've got to really do your business? Yeah. First thing this morning, obviously, Tommy Morris walks into the room, and obviously he's a character within his own self, and it changes all aspects of your feelings. Everybody analyses a group, and when Tommy walked in, he walks in as one of favourites. Simple as that, because that's how good he is. But I've come down here in a different frame of mind this time. I've come down here happy and wanting to play darts, whereas in past, maybe not so much. I believe that I can beat anybody on that stage, but I've not shown my true colours yet, and I still don't think I've shown my true colours yet. But I've won things that many of these players haven't won. You don't get that if I've not got something inside me, and I will show that, and I will show it in the next couple of days.
That's fight and talk, and that's music to my ears. That we did say he was the value for money. You asked me who was going to top the group, and I couldn't believe the price he was. And I said, Carl is the value for money bet. We used the words like assured, professional. There was real quality. While other players are very up and down today, missing a lot of doubles, Carl just got on with the job. And at one point, I thought he was going to win 5 out of 5, but you take the 4 wins out of 5. He feels there's more in the tank. Yeah, it's a good response, that. Good fight and talk.
It's interesting listening to that in terms of mindset, because it was interesting because we were kind of having a conversation early on in commentary this afternoon that it's felt like on a big stage, maybe that we haven't seen the best. And then we have a look at your CV, your British Open winner. You've won the Isle of Man. You've achieved so much.
I mean, I watched the Modus. I'm a fan. I'm a dart fan as much as I'm a dart player. And all I hear you talk about is your Tom Sykes and your Graham Ushers and all them. Yorkshire's so much bigger than just them two, and that's not taking anything away from them two, because they're unbelievable dart players. But there's a lot more. And that's just where I am. I've come here to win this week. I ain't come down here to just win my group. I've come here to win this week.
I like it. I liked it. I was expecting this to be an interview where he's going to play himself down just a little bit, but this is the kind of talk that is music to my ears of a player I fancy to win the week. And like I said, he was, when we looked at the odds today, rightly so, Tommy Morris was there as second favourite. I still think there's still more to come from Richie as well. He's sat in 3rd place, but I do see 2 from 3 now. But the more I'm listening here, the more I'm really fancying the player to my right.
In terms of your day-to-day, what did you feel like you did so well to claw some points out?
I do what I always do. If you give me a chance, I'll take it. Simple as that. I will not blow anybody off the board on scoring, but I'll chip away. And if you put me in that vicinity around 180, that's where I am. And that's what I practice all the time. And I think that the man to your left here, I think that's where he made his career. I really do. Around the 80 mark, 100 mark, he took the chances. And I think I followed on from what I'd like to think I took some heat from that and went on from that.
So in that particular mindset then, when you know maybe you're not the biggest scorer, the best scorer in the world, What is that mindset then when you know you're stuck on something like 80, your opponent's got something there? What goes through the mind? Is it a case of, like, if you miss this, I'm going to have you here?
Well, I think Carl will probably be hearing my and your voice in his mind when we see the 116s, where we see the 85s, because they are crucial parts. My mentality was always, if I can just hang in there to 2:01, and it was a bit like a marathon runner who would only practice 10,000 metres. I used to learn to kill off legs, and that sounds like that's been the strategy for Carl as well, and it's a good strategy to have. I also think he's a bigger scorer than he's actually saying, and he can hit the 180s, because it's been an incredible week for 180s this week, talking of the Sykes and the Ushers, etc. So he'll have to find that firepower as well, but it's great to know mentally that you're the strongest at the end of legs, and it's all positivity, it's all confident, all the words that we use up there.
I know obviously you lost to Jamie, but actually some of those wins that you got throughout the course of the day were at crucial times, particularly the wins against Richie Howson, just keeping them at bay in the group.
Yeah, I just thought draw. I knew I was playing Richie first. Richie were a big favourite to win the the group.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't bother me though. That were the ideal draw for me. I wanted Richie first. I wanted to go and set my stall out and say, right, I want to win you. I'm going to beat you, and then I'm the favourite to win the week. That's for me for you.
What about the shuffle down there?
I mean, I don't mind him taking my finishes and my strategy for that, but taking me dance, I mean, I wake up.
How does it go? Something like that, isn't it?
I think I'm a little bit better as well, I'll be honest with you.
No, there's more to come in that locker if you want to go down that route.
Shall we move on?
We shall.
In terms of the day, what genuinely impressed you with Carl, apart from the dancing, of course?
I think I think if he watches back there, we were waxing lyrical about him throughout the day. Could have been 5 out of 5. Like I said, there was some up and down plays today, some really good stuff at times, yet there was one player that was just quietly but effectively and efficiently getting on with the job, and that was Carl. And look, he might be slightly disappointed he didn't end up on the 10 points, because it was a real possibility. But if you'd have offered him 8 points this morning, he'll snap your hands off. Very important, the fact that he's got Rohan first game tomorrow. He'll go into that as a big favourite, and I would want to stamp my authority on that game. That's a game I would be attacking. I wouldn't want to go in the final game knowing that you need points, because we still feel there's plenty in the tank in that match.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second, Carl, but first and foremost, me and Glenn are going to round up the rest of what's happened today, beginning with Jamie Kelling. Now, he's the other player on 8 points. Missed a lot of darts to double in that first game, but ever since then, he was just reliable and dependable the whole day.
Excellent. Really excellent. I thought he was really good. You could see how frustrated he's on the back of that 110 average at a vault last night, and all that brings his confidence. He's a real big scorer. We talked about how likeable he is. This was a terrific. That was the moment of the day. Richie Howson at that point there was really floundering. Like I said, Richie will have been delighted as we come onto that. He's a very likeable player, but he has that steely determination when he's on the hockey to succeed. And I call it course and distance winners. He loves that stage. It's a big part of what he wants to do in 2025. Great job.
In terms of Richie Howson, how would you categorise his day?
I think he goes away happy with 6 points, because it could have been so much worse at one point today. He looked like he was struggling, and I do fear for Carl and for Jamie as well. I think he bounces back tomorrow. I think he's almost got away with the 6 points at one point there. Again, he might argue there, because we've just seen a clip with his opponent checking out on a 157 with him sat pretty there. So he could come back and say it could have been better. 3 very likeable guys, but 3 with that real intensity to succeed. I think it sets it up nicely.
And we did see something similar from him in Group A, where he got 6 points on the opening day without playing his best.
But something you said in comms, when it comes to almost like it's a knockout game, and for Richie Howson, he'll feel he can't really afford to lose any more games. He might get away with one game, depending on how it goes, because what's happening with Tommy Modus right now. But I think he likes the fact when everything's on the line there, and I think he'd be tough to beat tomorrow. Tough start for him as well, so you could look at that as a good or a bad thing. But like I said, there's 3 of them there fighting for 2. It's going to be difficult to pick the 2.
Dan Hans, first of all, the dinosaur was one of the highlights of the day, but points-wise, maybe left a few out there?
I think there's a player in there. I think there's a really terrific... He's not the finished article by a long, long way, but he makes the 180s look ridiculously easy. But his lack of sort of composure, concentration, and there's one key theme here: his doubles haven't been good enough this week. But if he can go away from that and think I need to work on maybe his practice or maybe work on a little bit more than that. But I've really enjoyed watching him play. He's good on the eye, he's fast, he has that almost Kevin Dute sort of flick of the wrist, and in a space of a couple of seconds he can go 180, 140. So he'd be feeling pretty down on 4 points, but I think there's a real player there.
And then Tommy Morris, late call up. I think we can kind of give him a bit of a pass today.
I don't think any, well, not really, no, because we've seen players come in at a time with no, I mean, he's been on holiday. You could argue everything's been wrong for him, but he won a big series in Southampton this week. We know it started from that 4-3 defeat in his first game, and he didn't really recover. None of us would have thought we were sat here now with him being on 0 points. He becomes the spoiler tomorrow because he can run through the card, no problem. I think his qualification is gone, but he can play a key part in who goes through.
So, what's the plan now? Tomorrow, what do you feel like you've got to do to get out of this group and to get back to Saturday?
Glenn just said everything that I've already thought. I already knew that I was playing Rowan last and first tomorrow. So when it came into that, I've planned this week. I'm ready. And I want to get to Saturday. I haven't done that yet. And I feel as though that's when I'll show my best. So I'm ready to get there tomorrow.
Well, we wish you all the very best in those endeavours. Many congratulations on your day today. We shall see you tomorrow. Glenn, thank you for your company. You're back for the double shift tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting Group B tonight, and whatever happens, can't wait for Group C tomorrow. 2 from 3 for me.
Gents, great work, the pair of you. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up once we're done, it's the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series that involved James Wilson. And then we're going to hear from Jess Smith. He's actually playing at Champions Week in a few weeks' time. That is coming up from 20 to 9. And then the live darts gets underway again from 10 o'clock. Paul Hogan, one of the stars in action, alongside Graham Usher, alongside Danny Jansen, alongside Carl Coleman and Jason Heaver. That is Group B, and that's going to get underway from 10 o'clock. And then, of course, all eyes will be on Saturday night, where fellow Yorkshireman and Tom Sykes has already qualified his way through. He is looking to win a 4th weekly title and join some of the greats of this building to do exactly that. And whoever gets through this week, you just get the sense, is going to join a very high quality and very high caliber Champions Week, which gets underway in the middle of August. That's live, though, in the more immediate future at 7:30 p.m. here on Pluto TV. But as far as Carl Wilkinson is concerned, he has put everybody to the sword. Not just has he been strictly come darting, he's come to quickly come dancing as well. See you tonight, 10 o'clock.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin